Good knowing you. Guess they're blowing up the city or something. Let's find out, I guess. So yes, it was on the news, but I'd seen it on Reddit. So there's a little more validity that it was Reddit local. There was a bunch of people saying all over the city that their house shook and heard an explosion. I was sleeping but woke up around that time, so I don't know. And I live kind of farther north of where most of it was heard, but I don't know. It's been fun. Ready for the apocalypse? I'm gonna. What would you do during the apocalypse? Well, the apocalypse, as most people perceive it. You know what I would do? Same thing I'm doing right now. Talk to you guys. Have an orange. Well, this is not an orange. This is a what do they call these? The littler ones? Is it a mandarin? Mandarin? Is that right? Yeah. But yeah, it's apparently, there's that some other people were saying they heard it in Alabama and in Texas. Unrelated, perhaps, or I don't know. I don't know. Oh, branches what, Christopher? Mm. Yeah, I guess it could be that, or it could just be Tangerine. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Underground explosion. Doing something. The people living in the realm below. It could have been outside of us. People said they've seen things in the sky. Could be parts of the dome cracking open, falling into the waters. There's no like fire trucks were dispatched. No sirens, nothing crazy. But there's no building fell over, no building exploded, no that. But to hear it in the places that they said, I was far away from each other, and on different sides of the river too, which is that's interesting. So maybe it's gonna swallow up the city, at least some of it. Well, it's been fun, guys. Cool ride, huh? Tangerines. It's one of the things I will miss. And mandarins. Mandarins. Like the little ones, the tiny little ones that come in the... remember in school you used to go to lunch and there was like... The only fruit they had was the big tub of mandarin oranges. Oh, I would eat a whole thing of those. Still do to this day. One of my favorite things to eat. These are similar. At least the sweetness level. So yeah, you know, as per usual, I don't give too much credence to news stories, but here's why this news story is interesting. Because it was definitely local people that already were chirping about it. Reddit. Not to say Reddit isn't well, a front for something else and da da da. But certainly there's some people that I know that exist that are jumped down there and said some things about hearing it, feeling their house shaking, shimmer. Shimmy. So, and the news like, we don't know what it is. It might be them lizards beneath us shaking up something. Maybe they're making a stew. Maybe there's a giant that farted. I mean, you can't really put that out of the realm of possibility, considering everything that's going on these days. We got zombie cows, zombie type humans, all sorts of weird stuff going on, huh? Might be a giant. Could be an elephant. Could be a giant elephant farting. Who knows? But oh, good morning. How's everybody doing? Any weird things going on in your city? Anything crazy in the sky? Because there is some, if we look at the news, or we can take something from it. There's a bunch of things going on right now. Restrictions in the UK got lifted. It seems pretty big considering how hard they were pushing them, right? Everybody's got to go stab themselves and get a diaper on their head. And they lifted all those, which is a little crazy, right? Because they were pushing real hard for it. Super lockdowns and stuff. And weather's been weird. No, that definitely has been. Not suggestive at all. It definitely has been. Got some people out here saying there's going to be some overthrowing of the current government systems in the US and the UK. Good, bad, and different, who knows. There's quite a bit of meteorological events or things going on in the skies that we've been looking at. But by saying so, apocalypse end times, y'all. Delicious, huh? You know what? You ever get that one? You ever eaten something and the last piece that you eat is not the good one? It's like something a little wrong with it. I think I got that one. Damn it. One just tastes a little off. Foiled. I wouldn't mind if I eat that first, but eating it last, I'm not eating the rest of it. It's not bad. It's just not. It's like not as sweet. Something a little funky about it. Oh well. Thought I'd just give you a little update on New Orleans. Perhaps we get swallowed up by the underrealms. And also, maybe you guys, maybe something's happening in your city. Maybe a lot of the people out here are talking about plasma apocalypse and the dome that we live underneath in the middle cracking open. Not only just people. You watch the movies. The Simpsons did it. It's all over the place. Pretty well programmed in there. There could be chunk of the things falling out the sky. The realm is going to open up. You guys excited? Could be fun. Let me go grab a beverage. I'll be right back. And toss out my tangerine skins. Ye old tangerine skin. Maybe we'll chat about that. Let's chat about the apocalypse a little more. We'll get into that. That could be interesting. Now, so many of these end of the world events that we've been hearing about for years and years. Why would it be different now? I mean, all the rest seem just to be ridiculous, Bible banger motivated kind of things, right? And then you got the ones that are like just the scientisty guys saying, oh, the bees are going to go away and the the weather is changing too much. But the things that are going on right now, they seem to fit into like a larger script. So I'm really interested in that. It's like even the other stuff that they had programmed, a lot of stuff that you see in the movies, it comes to pass, whether it was organically or almost certainly derived by technology or some other, you know. If you write the playbook, you follow the instructions. So these seem a little like maybe this cool apocalypse. I don't know. Like, are the zombies really gonna happen? We've been talking about that for a while. And was the idea of zombies just a allegorical thing? Was it personifying, well, zombifying, I guess, something that, they exaggerate things so you can, oh, whoa, and then, oh, but that is a zombie. What they're saying is somebody's mentally, and they'll be acting all funky, and they'll really want to, they'll want to eat more meat, and they'll be cannibals, and not that they're out there like trying to eat you, but they don't really care that they're eating human meat from the grocery stores anymore. They just, because they'll tell them, and they're just like, I don't care, I love it, it's bacon. Ah. But of all the things that we were told about where we live, it seems everything was not true. So, wouldn't it be interesting if there is some sort of glass or other material dome around this that is falling apart, shattering? And a lot of people say that some of the things that we've seen happen, if something falls from the sky, hey, who knows? They've been throwing rockets and things at it for a long time, huh? Trying to crack that thing. Maybe they did. I mean, your boy Hillary Clinton always was talking about that glass ceiling, and she wasn't just talking. Wasn't just talking about it like women trying to get jobs and whatever. That's not what she was talking about. Surely. Could be kind of exciting though, huh? Like if as some people claim that outside of that there'll be a depressurization and different depressurization of this realm, and a different sort of so much oxygen that we have here, it will put more nitrous oxide into our realm, which is a laughing gas. Could be humorous, huh? Just sitting there, feeling all good, laughing, and people just falling out, laughing. Good way to go, huh? Hey, if you were a god, right, and you were to design something, and you seen your creation was going awry, and something had infected it, and you had empathy towards your creation, it was a living thing. How would you? And you'd be like, yeah, let's just get rid of it and start it over. How would you do it? I mean, wouldn't the nicest thing to be give people a bunch of good drugs and let them die out that way? Just give them all the laughing gas, laugh to death. What a great way to go. An orgasmic laughing fit and just whoosh. Hey, maybe that's the move. Maybe that's what they're doing. That's the give everybody some. I mean, it'd be too difficult to give everybody, a pill or some drugs or something. They might not take it. Right? If you just flood the entire realm with a gas, easy way to take out the population. Now, who would survive that? As is in the last reset, who survived the last reset? No matter what it was, you had to be in certain spaces. that didn't get flooded with the gas, or wear masks. Do I want them existing? No, but they had those like spacesuits on. Is that what is this the story? Gotta have your spacesuit, your super. It's not even an N95. It's beyond that. It's what painters wear with the two things on the side. I mean, they put that out there. Are those the ones that survive? And they're cleaning up the people that sort of kind of survived. Or did the people that can't breathe, that have been wearing these diapers on their heads, they're gonna all go because they don't have the lung capacity, and they're all sick and diseased anyways. So they're just taking them out, and that was the most noble way to do it. And the healthy people would just live, and so the people with the mask on are like, well, we found the survivors, and those are the people that will continue the population, because they're the healthy ones. The ones with the masks on, they're either died off or they had the super suits on. I mean, isn't that all the story though? I mean, I'm just spitballing what we've seen in movies and a couple ideas, but why so much of the programming about spacesuits? Why so much of the programming in everything you see that there's always these people in spacesuits coming and finding all the, like, whoa, how did these things survive? Everybody else either turned into a zombie or died off. Look, at this point, let's what's the real number? Okay, let's look at this. What's the real number of people that have been stabbed? Now here's how we have to break this number down though. In the beginning, when this was occurring, it was in a very early first phase, and during the first phase, maybe only 20% of the people were getting anything but a placebo. And then as they moved on over time and made the experiment bigger, and they upped the amount of people getting the actual substances, how many people have the substance in them, and what percentage of those people will be, and which won't. And then you have the people that are just generally unhealthy completely. They're completely I don't even know how they can walk down the street without, they got the oxygen tank, they got to take a couple steps, they're in wheelchair, these people ain't gonna make it. And the people that got the stuff in them, I mean, is that the IQ test to see if they were not there enough to trust and take some experimental whatever? Now what? What percentage of the population is going to just, I don't know. It's interesting. Reminds me of the movie where there's these people are, was it the 4400? No, the 100. Well, the 4400 was good, but it was called the 100. And they were on the spacecraft, and they sent all of these kids to Earth. They're the criminal kids, whatever, because they couldn't land on Earth because the oxygen levels weren't there or something. And so they stayed in the spaceship, and all the kids went to Earth. But then the radio thing broke, and they couldn't contact. So they were like, "Can we go to Earth or not?" So the kids were like, "Well, let's take over. We didn't, this is our world now, And they were staying on the spaceship until they came back down. They're like, this is our, Really interesting, really interesting. So, like, does this place get repopulated? And the repopulation wouldn't be like necessarily coming from another realm. It could, but there'll be part of this realm that will stay here, part of mankind that will stay, and then part of it that's, I mean, think of it in the way of, if you take a bunch of it could be pharmaceuticals, could be even as crazy as chemotherapy. It could be plant life that's very healthy, but you put it into your body and it's killing off parasites. Now, the heavier the dose of whatever plant life, it could end up being poisonous, or obviously the pharmaceuticals because they've done everything to make it poisonous, or chemo, which is going to destroy good and bad cells in the body, and only a certain number of people survive chemo. Is that happening? Are they has this world been so infected with parasitic energies and forces that if they chemo burn the whole land? That's what they're doing inside of people's bodies when they get chemo, right? This is how it works. Just kill all the cells. Some will live, but kill most everything in the body, and then let the body, what it does naturally. See, chemo is burn everything, and then what grows back will grow back. It's like whenever they're in the forests in Cali, and there's the fires. They're killing they're killing parts of the forest on purpose, et cetera, but burning it down, and then things grow back. That's what they're doing in the body, but the body naturally will rehabilitate itself. So after people get chemo, it's not all if they don't take drugs after it, and they were to put healthy plant substance and maybe whatever in their body, they regrow. So are they doing that on a mass scale? And the only cells that will live will be, well, you have the original, the immortal cell, and I suppose it could be immortal cells, and the extremely strong, say, white blood cells, or the cells that are not afflicted by the poisonous parasitic things, so it wouldn't kill off those things. This is what's happening. I could see how that would be happening. I could make it seems like the wildest claim of any claim, but that does seem closer to what's occurring. Wouldn't you say? It does appear that something is occurring. When you put it all, when you stack it all on top of each other, and you recalibrate everything that you think, resetting the economies, the kinds of food, where people live, the medical establishments, the governments, all getting reorganized, reshaped, shifted. You put that all into everything, and you start to think a little bit outside what the standard protocol of thinking would be, and you read into the symbolism and observe the movies for what they're trying to tell you. I think that's what's happening. I think they're going to gas this entire realm, and so in the good way, again, people will. It's like laughing gas. People will die off laughing, and other people, they'll either be masked, wearing spacesuits, right, like that, or they'll be in certain areas that won't get gassed as much, or they'll be capable of handling it. Some people can laugh their ass off and still not fall out. There's people with larger lungs, a larger lung capacity, and if there's less oxygen, it's like going up a mountain, rarefied air, going to somewhere less oxygen. It takes a while to get used to, and so what would grow and what would get smaller? Your lung capacity would get bigger. It would have to. So people with larger lungs could take in more oxygen. If you have small lungs and you take shallow breath. I did a whole video on this on my other channel, and it was about David Blaine and David Blaine's last big video. And I broke that all down on what he was teaching people. And in every way, it was about laughing gas, about asphyxiation, about what happens when you don't get enough oxygen in your lungs, and how to handle that, how to breathe properly. And I was like, he's teaching you something, and you see it as some show that's I forget what was the name of it. I did like a 2-hour show on it. And if I'll have to go find it and re-upload it if I took it down because it's really good. I think it's excellent. I was like, when his show came out, there was a bunch of people that did esoteric breakdowns like the next week. I came out there like 10 minutes after it came out. I was like, oh, you can't, people didn't see what he's doing? Should go check it out. Colin, what's up, man? Thank you for the ducats again, dude. Appreciate it. It bought me breakfast, which is vodka and some cranberry juice. Oh, and I had hot chocolate and a tangerine. But yeah, yeah. As I'm saying, I'm just spitballing this shit. But now as I'm thinking about it, it's kind of feeding more and more into Jay Dreamer's ideas. Not all of them, but a lot of the interesting ones. And this laughing gas thing, the Joker thing. Yeah. And I can definitely see the nitrous thing being, especially pressurization, and then we get into the David Blaine special. It was called Ascension. It was called Ascension, and everything about it was him going into the sky and different breathing apparatuses, breathing patterns. And I'm like, he's showing you what's going to happen. And if you think about laughing being the best medicine, and people that laugh, what it's doing to the body on many, many levels, pressuring and the tensing of the muscles, but mainly when you laugh, you're taking larger breaths, and people that laugh more stay younger, their cells are healthier, and their lungs are larger most often. So I think there's a big connection to laughing gas and people being able to handle quantities of laughing gas that other people can't. You ever see people that just like, with things that aren't that funny, they laugh about, and like, come on, you know, you got find people that laugh more. I bet they'll exist. I bet they will exist. If a crazy apocalypse happens, the people that you know that laugh the most or have the most lung capacity, they'll survive. And I think now I'm talking myself into this. I think this is what's happening, because I think it'll be hilarious. Not only because is laughing gas awesome and fun, yes, but I've done enough laughing gas in a day where it didn't affect me. I was like, what? It was pretty crazy. I was like, this is not even affecting me right now. And that, to me, I was like, and it was right around when David Blaine did the Ascension video, and it got me thinking similar thought to this. And I was like, let me see how much nitrous I could do. I mean, because it's fun anyways, and you get little glimpses into other realities, and you get really interested. It's pretty interesting stuff. But then I got to the point where I was like, this is really not having much of an effect on me. And I was like, oh, if this does happen, I can definitely survive this. So who would survive? Like people that talk, and so usually like orators, or people that play sports, they're healthy. People that laugh a lot, comedians, like people the important people, basically. Shallow mouth breathing, useless consumers of heavy, dense foods, probably not gonna survive. But yeah, the Batman, the Joe. I forgot about the laughing gas. Yeah, there we go. Maybe we'll do a whole laughing gas video. Let's do a whole nitro. We'll we'll continue on here for a bit, but then after this, like in an hour or something. And if you can, think of any movies off the top of your head, or do a little Google. And this goes for everybody here too. Do a little Googling. Do a little, whatever you use to find some movies that have laughing gas, or that like, the Joker thingy, or gassing a realm, or like, it could be horror movies, doesn't matter, and see what comes up, see what we can find, because maybe that gives clues to what is either a natural order of the larger, the gods or the timekeepers, or just a natural sequence of events, or technologically what they're going to do. It doesn't really matter, but if it's in the movies, they're kind of showing you something. And maybe I'll do a whole show on that, because we'll just riff on it here. But if I can get a whole set of and maybe I'll get it. You have to give me more than an hour, because I'll have to get into like, the like what nitrous is and its connection to different gases and noble gases, etc., etc. What's up, Kabar? Why so serious? Are you? Is it? Who says that? Why so serious? Who's serious? I'm laughing. What you talking about? Serious? They're exploding New Orleans from beneath, apparently. So I figured we just get a bunch of laughing gas and laugh our ways. Oh, that is the Joker. Yeah, no, I was thinking of it from a different movie. Yeah, that's the Joker thing. But I was thinking of it from oh, why so serious? It was a Chinese person that was doing it. Yeah. What other movies? Any other movies that have well, since you guys are here now, any off the top of your head that laughing gas is part of it, or any kind of gas, or you got. I'm trying to think of other movies that have. I mean, there's all sorts of movies that people are like in an enclosed space, right? Now those tend to be horror movies, right? And there's all sorts of things that occur. You know, you have the trial of water and fire, and then sometimes people get gassed in these movies. You've got. I mean, and gas, I guess, is if we go through, you know, the different elements, the elements are air, fire, earth, and water. Some people say there's a fifth of, you know, love, but or ether, or plasma, or so I think the idea of air and gas, like we've never been, you know, air, gas, plasma. I don't think that's been one of the things. You know, it was always the fire of, you know, that's always the pits of hell and the fire. And then there's, you watch any movie, someone in the beginning is blessed. You come through the womb, the water, and the breaking of the water. And there's somebody falling. In the movies, there's always somebody falling into the water. Or there's a water scene. It's a classic how they build it. So there's something to do with water, something to do with fire. Or maybe they're showing different stages of the resets. And there's mud floods have happened. So there's the earth. So we've got those three. Those three are done. The fire, the water, and then the earth happened. So is this the plasma air changing of ages? Because aren't we supposed to go into the age of Aquarius, which is air? See, they say go to where the man holding the bucket of water is, right? But Aquarius isn't a water sign, it's an air sign. Yes? Anybody want to help me with this? Because I used to think that Aquarius was water because I would say aqua, but it's air. It's an air sign. So if we're going to the age of Aquarius, it's air. So wouldn't the connection be to that? Well, just spitballing here. And if you thought about it through the levels, I mean, what these apocalyptic events, it'd always be to upgrade, to rarefy, and air being the highest substance. I mean, nothing affects air. Nothing. Air affects everything else. It's the spirit. It's the spirit realm. Spirit is breath. Is oxygen. I don't call it oxygen, but yeah. Like fire can be put out with water or earth, really. It can burn earth. air keeps the fire going. You know, it's there's these other things, but air, what are you going to do? You're going to throw water at it? It just falls out of it. You're going to burn air? It doesn't get burnt. It keeps the fire going. So the fire, it keeps going. The water doesn't do anything. When you throw earth at it, it goes to the lower level. So air, plasma, etheric. Perhaps this is fun times. Well, welcome to this inopportune. No, what's the word? I wasn't gonna make a show today, but you know, New Orleans got exploded from beneath or above or something. I don't know. It's the apocalypse, yeah. Welcome to the. What's that song that just came out? Welcome to the apocalypse. Dun, 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 dun. Whatever that is. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Here. Let me play the role of a preacher right now. Okay, so send in monies and donation, so I can build a rocket ship, and you all can get on the rocket ship, and we can fly off to the other realms together. And I need your money to do that. So if you want to donate, do that. Because what they do is they tell you by donating and giving your money to God, to God and to their church or whatever, that they'll help you connect with the next realm and to float off into heaven. It's no different. I'm just using technology to do it. So, yeah, give me enough money. I'll start. I'll go talk to Elon. Elon, he's got some ships ready. Well, I'll get you guys on board. Just send me the money. I'll get you a ticket. Get you a ticket to Elon Musk's ride to the Martian realm. And you can get. They're all built like Teslas with wings on it, or anti-gravity. I don't know exactly what he's doing these days. You guys want to join? Send me your monies, your firstborn. Oh wait, no, I don't. That's I just want the blood of the firstborn. See, exposing myself as a blood-sucking reptilian, shape-shifting robots. Yeah, that's so funny. You know the idea that the whole world is a stage, and but then also there's these grand possibilities of anything's possible, and the strangest things you've seen, and creatures, and things going on in reality, technologies, etc., etc. And what if it would be just as crazy that it's all a stage, and it's all just CGI, and it's all just robotics, like all the things you think that, and all the news stories are completely false, and it's all narrated, acted out, something, right? Could be that. That would be just as crazy as saying literally there are alien things, literally there are blood-sucking, shape-shifting reptilian reptoids and all of this. But what if, I mean, that's just as crazy as saying, no, they're just so good at makeup and prosthetics, getting people to believe things. The psychology game is so high, the prosthetics and the the drama that they're setting up and the whole thing, none of the crazy stuff's happening. That everything that's just all, the whole world's a stage. That's it. That would be just as crazy as literally saying there is a shape-shifting alien. Either one's, flip a quarter. It doesn't really matter. Like, are there really people out there? Hey, I don't doubt there are people out there that drink blood. I don't. There's certainly there are. I don't doubt there's people that mimic what they see or what they've heard. Doesn't mean that, and I'm not saying there aren't not cults of that, but the origination, just like I've said before, the origination of these things, like, what if it's just stories and they're just like, I don't know. It's all up for debate. It's all up for your belief, I guess. If you believe it strong enough, perhaps it will come to manifest. What up, freak? Oh, this one right here. Bow, bow, bow. I got that one. We got that guy. Yep. I got. Oh, you see the one behind that picture right there? You see that picture right there? That's a painting, and then right behind it over there, that's a tree, and that's an elephant. Well, it's behind that. There's an elephant sprouting a tree out, and then yeah, and I got this one here. Those are paintings, but yeah. What up, freak? What you doing? You fucking freak. Haven't seen you in a bit. How you been? So yeah, I'm just, I juggle the ideas. Okay, so a UFO is just unidentified to you and me. Why do we have to assume it's crash landed from some space alien creatures? Well, it could be from a different realm, I suppose. But it's equally as possible that if someone's building, if you got a next door neighbor and they got a garage and they're building something in it and they're not telling you what they're building, and all of a sudden there's something flying around in the sky. There's no different with the government. There's no different than these corporations. They're not telling you what they're building. You only see it way later. Oh, UFO and aliens and whatever, they fell out the sky. That's just as possible as it's a movie studio using high technology to build an well, I don't want to say gravity because I don't really believe gravity that way, the way they present it. I would call it magnetic, anti-magnetic. Cool. So yeah, my point is that it's just it's just as possible that it's an engine. It's anything that we see is CGI engineered here, and again, a lot of people mimic the silly things they see on TV, the silly stories. They do. Could it be coming from? Could it be coming from the magical realm? Which is a possibility too, just manifesting things out that realm. That is as wide open as there is a physical being outside of our whatever. If it's a ball or a globe or a flat, it doesn't matter. But we have a realm outside of this or a planet somewhere else. Whatever. It could be influence of that, or it could be people that live here that build these things and make like Westworld. Those didn't come from somewhere else. You wouldn't believe them not to be human. You could build any creature you wanted. How do we know? I've seen some interesting videos from people, and it's really interesting. They go, these creatures that you see, from the depths of the ocean, or from you see it on, you only see it on TV. And you see these things that are kept in zoos, perhaps, or these certain animals, and they make a pretty good case that a lot of these are either animals with prosthetics on, animals that already exist with prosthetics on. I'm not saying we're not crossbreeding and hybridizing things. I'm not saying that, but they make a pretty good case for a lot of animals not being just being an animal that you think that they've just painted and put a beak on or something, like a toucan, like Toucan Sam. Like those are just a blackbird with the prosthetic beak on. And then they make a very good case for like how ridiculous it is and how that would never exist. And why is it you don't ever see them in the wild? Only certain places, and they're actually taken care of by somebody. So that's an interest. What up? What up, Yaki? And what up, Cindy? Let's see. Let me. I didn't feel it. No, funny enough though. Well, because it was at like 11 something p.m. I was already sleeping, but I did wake up around that hour, which was really weird. I woke up and I thought it was the morning. I thought it was like 6 o'clock. I thought I had slept all night. Hold on, I got these. Oh wait, I don't have to. I thought I'd slept, and I just woke up. I mean, I was having dreams. I could have, I suppose it could have woke me up, but I live in a pretty big building, and I live far enough away from where most people said they heard it. Mostly, I live in a pretty big building. I'll have to ask other people that lived here. So, everybody else that I'd seen on Reddit that was saying, oh my gosh, they live in houses, and they live in certain areas. Still a wide area. Still crazy. But no, I didn't. But I did wake up around that time, which is kind of qualifies to me as something occurred. It's not just a full-on, like, more... even, you know, I get it. Reddit is... A lot of it is controlled, manipulated information. But, yeah, I did wake up around that hour, so interesting. Cindy, have I listened to Flat Earth Philosophy channel? I don't know that I have. And have I ever felt an earthquake? No, but I've experienced hurricane. That's pretty crazy. Yeah, Cindy Avery, what do you mean? What up, Divine? You said flat Earth channel dude with a... I'm guessing you said whiteboard. I'm guessing you mean whiteboard. You think he has it down, and you said other than flat Earth? Are you saying other than flat Earth, meaning like... Unless people are talking about it like it's flat Earth and it doesn't matter, are you saying that flat Earth is wrong? I'm not seeing what you're saying. I'm not... your sentences there kind of... I don't... So the flat are you saying that flat Earth philosophy, his philosophies are great, but flat Earth is silly? I'm not. What's up, Cindy? I'm not understanding what you're saying there. Oh yeah, yeah. You guys can thumbs up this if you want. Although this is it was slow starting, and then we've covered some alien spacecrafts. Oh, you don't care if it's flat or round. I think that is a huge stepping stone that I can't eliminate at all, and I've done a lot of videos on certainly why it's extremely important that you can disseminate. Well, you can use your senses to see the difference. That it's clearly not what we've been told. And it almost certainly is flat. And that everything about our senses would tell us. So, from a point of... yeah, it's not round or spinning. Okay, that's that's where as long as someone's willing to say, okay, we might be inside. I could say I'm happy to say we might be. The trick is if everything's inverted, that we're inside of a globe. We're inside of a sphere. And perhaps that sphere is inside of an ocean, and we could be moving around inside of an ocean. We could be in a space, we could be out in space, but where we live, the land is flat and we're inside of that. So we would have no experience of what's happening outside of that bubble, which is highly possible. But what we can have, what we can acknowledge is that our realm and inside of the bubble has its own qualities and atmosphere and what's contained there within, that it doesn't matter what's happening on the outside of the bubble. So in that I see, but saying, that perhaps it could be spinning around and we're on the outside and like, could, yeah, Taurus field, donut, yeah. Could be all these things. I mean, for me, what I like to deal with is what I can use my senses for, physically observe, interact with, what I can hear, what I can taste, what I can touch, what I can smell. That's the point of having the body. That's the point of having this experience. The other senses that I have are getting out of this physical space suit and going and seeing what I see in the dream world, in the astral realms, out of body, which would only reconfirm flat. But I don't know how far that goes. A satellite train? What up, Yadaku? Not on the same thing as those other the five other things. Like, you're saying like the other perceived planets, like Jupiter and stuff? Yeah, I don't think those are ball. I think those are just, as far as we've looked and the closer we look, they seem to be light and sound, sonoluminescent, energetic somethings. Luminosities, light and sound to me. I don't think any of those things are physical objects. Yeah. Hi. Suratu. Oh, nice. Indonesia's history. Interesting thoughts. Yeah, I really, the more and more things line up, and if I connect the dots, and there's, I think, an easy way of doing a lot of things, and it's to invert all the principles, invert all of the ideas, invert all of the thoughts, change the simple things to me is change the direction of what you'd call slavery, change the color of the people, invert the color on your phone, whatever you do, invert every idea you've been given. We live on a ball. I would say we live in a ball. Everything, just invert it. Because if we live in a dual system reality and we've been told things that are completely hearsay and just seemingly so far from the truth, it's not the easiest way to hold the truth but still make it false is to just say the opposite, 180. Just go to the other side of it. Everything is patriarchy. I don't believe so. I think it's all matriarchy, huh? I mean, just say that. Well, think of it. Play chess. Most powerful. They say the king. No, it's not. The king is what gets attacked. The queen is the most powerful piece on the board, right? I mean, there's little things that just seem to be even think of it as in history. Say the king is most powerful. That wife piece, that the queen, she'd be chirping in his ear. He'd be making all sorts of decisions based upon her her ideas. And what about the witches? We don't say the witches of the past were men. I mean, there are plenty of, you'd call them warlocks. You call them different things. Certainly, I'm just saying that let's just flip everything backwards, inside out, upside down, invert everything, and I think we'd get a lot closer to what perhaps is going on here. Yeah, Yadaku. Who is what are the the storylines of the two leaders? One that the scientifically made man, humans, humankind, whatever, in a lab, and then wanted to destroy the creation. And then the other one, Enki and Enlil. Was it Enlil or Enki that wanted to destroy everything because they had created it, and the other one wanted to protect it? That's an interesting storyline. I don't know if that's just cognitive philosophy of how we see the world, and that's what we've projected and turned into some symbology of history, or if that really happened. Either way, yeah. Enki and Enlil. Oh, Yadaku. Original beings were androgynous. I would have to agree 100%. Hermaphroditic, androgynous, however you want to break it down. I mean, what is the Mercurian idea of this realm, the center point of the realm that has the sun and the moon as one thing? This is why there's either classically seven planets, which are stars and moons, or suns and moons, or there's 9, depending on how you want to break this down. There's either 7 or 9, not 8 or 10, but we have a sun and a moon in our ring, our donut, our toroidal field, and the next one does. And so you'd go through the realms, and the first original one to create it, it was the original one, not the original 2. It wasn't man and woman created next generation. It was one singular thing, which would have had to have been the compressed version. And if you look into a lot of the stories, the being was already, the back of the being was the female and the front was the male, or vice versa, and that had gotten split. And so that splitting, even of the singular original immortal cell, had to have the energetic values of electricity and magnetism, or female and male, that seemingly dichotomous energy held into one thing, which would have been androgynous energies. Yep. I mean, that seems clear and obvious, and in anything you look at, if you just make the toruses, we go through the outer realm, and we get to here, this torus field, and we got the Aryan realm, we got the the Vlatsky's stuff, and other people that have said the 4 root races. The root races, the farthest one was the black race, then the yellow race, black, yellow, then red. That's where we are. So you've got the Aryan on the middle, which is the white race, and then inside of that, this is where you get the 9 from. The middle of that would be where the Mercurian realm is, where the pole star, where Polaris is, and the Polaris is the sun and the moon that are smushed together and are the same object that pushed out, which is Mercury, which pushes out. This is why in a thermometer, the middle, it's what a crazy thing Mercury is. It's a substance that is liquid, but it's a metal at room temperature, and you use that as inside of just like your spine, and there's a bulb at the bottom, just like your 5 vertebrae fused together, and that heats up, just like Kundalini. That's the middle of the realm. That's the pole. That's the North Pole, right? So that would be the Polaris, Mercury, sun and moon, one thing, splits off to 2, and then we get the Aryan realm with the sun and moon, which is the white realm. Then we get the red realm, the Indiana, the Native American people on this realm. That's where we live. red realm. And then the next one out is the yellow realm, where the Asian people live, fish people, Lumaria. And then we get the farthest one out with the black people, the oldest, because they got pushed out first from Mercury. Just like a mother, but you need the father again. So you got the mother and father come together, same thing. And then the mother, the earth, the Mercurian androgynous being, the Polaris, pushes out a realm. And when they push that realm out, it has to give the polarity of masculine, feminine. It has to give the polarities of magnetic and electric. These energies, one's a pulling, one's a pushing. And it pushes that out of the middle of the realm. That's the first child being born. And then mother, father, Mercury, the original sun, moon system, then pushes out another child. So that first child becomes another Taurus, another donut outside of that, and the next child comes out. So the first one that came out starts to age and become something different. And now we're at our fourth race of people, our fourth child. The farthest one out will be the oldest, and this is why any movie you see, they go see the old black man, the old black man with the knowledge, because that's the oldest. That's the elder. This is why every story is, oh, black people taught the white man how to wash. The black people are the strongest. Black people are the it's the, why are they the darkest? They're most kissed by the sun, etc., etc. Because they're that bloodline, the original species, isn't black. It's just they've been those people that are out there in Hyperborea. Some people say Hyperborea is inner. Some people say it's outer. Whatever. The farthest realm out would be the darkest. That singular bloodline, if there's any pure bloodline, that's the first that was put out. And the second would be the Asian, and then the Indian, then now the child, the youngest, the Aryan, which is why are they so white? Because they haven't been melanated, and they have not gone through enough of the energizing from the sun or the polarities or the magnetism of, and they think they own everything, just like the little baby. A child comes out and think they run everything. And then you've got the closest to the earth, the second child, which is the native, we call it native to the land, which is where we are living on this realm, natives. The red-skinned people, to red to brown. So Native American, Native African, like there's natives there. And then there was a hybridization of things coming in and out of the realm, and then the next realm out was the Lumarians. Why are Asian people so good at everything? They've figured out technology to a higher level than anybody, because they've been around longer. So then who supposedly in all of the comic books is the highest level of technology? The most powerful? Black Panther, the farthest realm out, because they've been around the longest. However, as the parents birth a new child, they learn of what was good and bad about how they developed that first child, and the second one, while it's younger and less experienced, they have different benefits than the first set did. So as they get older, they grow and they become and develop, but the next one is given a bunch of other mental and physical technologies, all the way to the point of the Aryans, the youngest, but they have the most. Look at the kids these days. They have technology in their hands that they can use that old people don't know how to use. But an old person is quite powerful. You think a 5-year-old's gonna get in a boxing match with a 50-year-old dude? It's not gonna happen. Wouldn't work, right? But the technology could overcome that to some degree. There's a balance. And then we go through the different realms of people closest to the earth are Native Americans and African people, right? These the melanated people, earth people. The Asian people, they seem kind of weird. They got squinty eyes. They're very water-based creatures. They eat fish. They know all about technology. They can do crazy things. That's an upgrade, right? So they've been around longer. And the people, the ones that just came out now, we just hand them the technology. Isn't that what's happening? Just hand the aryans come out now. They think they know everything because they just came out of the womb, which is Polaris, Mercury, and they don't know of the world because they were just in where everything was one thing. So so why the one world government idea? Because that's where they came from most recently, and seeing how good it was. So why not put that back in place? Oh, but this is how it works. Hello, whoever just showed up. See that that story that I just told, I think makes out of any type of logistical and feels like it's real. That story is up there with like, oh yeah, that's how this realm works. That's definitely how it works. That's not just some like, when I was a kid, somebody told me the Bible and now Jesus is hanging on a cross and da 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 da. No, none of that. It's just you know, it's like when you meet somebody, you're like, it's a good person. That person's a dumbass, or that piece of knowledge is good or that's not. That's how that information feels. And then from a logical progression and standpoint of how energetics would work on this realm, I think that would be very easy to understand. If you explained what I just said to a 5-year-old, they would understand how that would work. They could draw it, they could see it, they could visualize it, they could understand compression and decompression of energy. They can understand breathing in and breathing out. They can understand electricity and magnetism. Something's pulled, something's pushed. They can understand a man and a woman. They can understand this. And when we do that through expansion of realms and then the development of technology, development of physical features, these things then make sense. And then, you know, just one step further is how do you, okay, well, now we hybridize. So humans are hybrid creatures. There are not too many singular bloodlines that are left. It's irrelevant if they are, because again, just because your bloodline is one singular, meaning from this tree or that tree or that tree, it's like saying if you were capable of swimming and I can't swim, I'm a land-based creature, then you are more powerful in the water and I'm more powerful on land, huh? Fish ain't getting on the land. But if I say, hey, what if me and you, we produce something that can not only swim but now can be in the land? Now that's a hybridized creature, and it's the best of both aspects. So in every way, a hybridized creature is more powerful than a singular bloodline. Go watch the originals. Who's the most powerful immortal in it? In the originals, who? The hybrid. The hybrid is. Why? Because they can do things that both can do. Now hybridize that again. And now you can fly, you can get in the air. What's more powerful? The one that's on the land, the one that's in the water, the one that's in the air, or the one that can do all three? So the hybrid is by far and away more powerful. And most people are hybridized between 2, 3, or possibly 4 different root races. And people that cling to their singular bloodline, by whatever we would call, this is what people call evolution, but it's not evolution. It's morphing. It's morphing. It's hybridizing things. It doesn't mean better. It doesn't mean worse. It just alters and changes to fit into certain, like, to seemingly better adapt. Adaptation, again, adaptation and hybridization does not equal evolution in the sense that the way that we've been presented with it. You could hybridize a monkey and a giraffe, but is that necessarily going to be a useful tool? Are they necessarily going to? Is that going to be a apex species? Just because we hybridize doesn't mean it gets better. Just because something changes doesn't mean it gets better. However, hybridization, when you take the best aspects of each realm, seem to be more adapted for whatever the next state of being is. And feel free, 15 people here, a lot of people listening, 4 thumbs up, that means 11 people. Either you're not impressed or you don't have thumbs. And if you do have thumbs, I would come cut them off because you don't deserve to use them. If you want to, that's 13. 13 of you, feel free. Thumbs up are free, easy to do. Go for it. If you enjoy this, I've got plenty of other videos if you're new here, my other channel, and we talk about lots of different things. If you want to, you can also use your tokens, your biosurvival chips, and you can donate it to me. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, it's in the description box beneath. My name is TsarXen. I know I said that fast because you can see it in the description box. Donations are very much appreciated. Keeps me the roof over my head and this thing on, and at least for now, that's part of the reality that you need to use these things for barter. So feel free. And welcome to anybody who's new. If you want to, when I'm doing these, I'm assuming there's some new people here. By typing, I'll talk to you. Don't be scared. Or some of you I know might be in the background listening at work, or whatever you're doing, and this is just, or I'm just some idiot that you're listening to that doesn't know anything, which is entertaining, I guess. And you don't know whether or not you should like this or not now. That's okay too. Doesn't really hurt my feelings. What up, Super Champ? What are you doing, yo? Divine, life is just a cycle. I wouldn't fully. It is to some degree, but that would mean life is psycho, and that people would do the same things and don't create or advance anything. Granted, a majority of people are in cycles, cycling, circling, being redundant, and experiencing and participating in nothing that is new and fresh. But yeah, larger thing, there are certain cycles, but as a thing, no, there's enough advancement, creation, newness, experiential. You know, if you did the same thing, if you kept eating banana pancakes for breakfast, that's a cycle, and it get kind of boring and redundant. But if you had yourself a hollandaise and some crab meat and some eggs on a, you know, that's going to change up the cycle. Well, that Super Champion enjoys busting his hump. He's humping and busting. Salt nuts. I'm gonna go put some ice in my vessel and fill it up with something. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So anyone want to do a fast or something with me soon? Anybody suggestions? Should I eat today? It's so funny to me. If most people, they would never even consider not eating during a day, and then I'm sitting here going, I'll just ask you guys, when's the next time I should eat actual food? And because I was considering if I wanted to eat chicken and eggs, which I think is very funny because you eat the chicken and their offspring, and that's pretty hilarious. Something quite hilarious about that to me. Because I don't know, but I also I'm kind of thinking I want to fast soon for multiple reasons. But then again, I could just stick with liquids. I don't know. Just trying to change it up a little bit. Kind of waiting for the weather to be in my Q zone, and this has nothing to do with the Q thing. It was a joke from the show. But anyways, I'm waiting for the weather to be a little more harmonious to me going outside and playing with the ducks. What is today's date? 26th of January, 2022, according to the Gregorian calendar. Any kind of major lineups of planetary alignments? Is any of that going on for all the people that are really into astrology here? Anything going on? Because apparently what's really supposed to be going on is the United Kingdom and the District of Columbia is supposed to be being and reinserted governmental officials, which are, for all we know, they're all actors. Doesn't matter. Some of them might really believe they're doing something good, and maybe they are this time, but they're supposed to be replaced. Kabar was 2 years ago. It was 2. See how time has passed? And also, he didn't. His character did. And his character was probably, I mean, it's such a, that dude still walking around 2 years. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, he didn't. Funny enough, what's his name? Somebody that used to come on my channel a couple years ago. I mean, he's been back through every once in a while. But he does videos on all of the actors and who their original characters might be. And the connection he makes to this guy who's a white dude from, I forget where he's from, but he basically makes a pretty good case that Kobe is this white dude, and his name is Mateus. What is his last name? Such a difficult. Does anybody remember? he used to go by Cam B. Cam B does videos on this. He changed his name though. Maybe he still has that channel. Oh no! His name is Mateus. You look this up? Anybody want to look this up? Kobe Bryant is Mateus Schoenartz. Schoenartz or S, which is interesting, even from a level of etymology and things, showing the arts, and what Kobe means, and you know, it's quite interesting that whenever you, let's just talk about the Kobe Bryant for a second. Obviously, anybody that's aware of anything, the whole helicopter thing is a completely ridiculous story for a billion reasons. Anybody could see it if you wanted to, and just see it's not. It didn't really happen that way. But what's very very interesting to me is how much Kobe looks like this dude. I mean, if you ever look at Kobe Bryant, he doesn't look like a black dude. He doesn't have black guy figures. Like his face is not. Look at his nose. Look at Kobe Bryant's nose. There is nothing about his nose that is Native American or African American. Nothing. And that's a huge discrepancy in the development. Just because if somebody that's has African American or Native American traits, and there's a reason that nostrils and your body is formed the way it is, and how much oxygen comes into your brain, and there's lots of things that go on, and to change those little physical formats takes more than just one generation of hybridizing with a different species. So even if we can say somewhere along the line there was somebody that was from the reason that people that are from the Caucasus Mountains, Caucasus Mountains, and they're white, away from the sun, indoors, and they have skinnier nose bridges and smaller nostrils. Why? And the whole thing, especially how much cold air to warm the air up with larger nostrils, not gonna happen. They would die. They would freeze their brain out. They would freeze out their lungs. The closer you are to the equator, the larger nostrils, the larger the nose, and what being outside and what they're breathing, versus being in the cold air, and you'd want to tighten up the vessel, tighten up the veins, tighten everything up so the cold it would move differently. So that cold air and the amount of oxygen. So the white people have thinner noses. There's no way Kobe's nose looks like that if he's how black he might be. But when you look at this dude who is Caucasian, Matthias Schoenarts, he's 6'3", 6'4". Body type's the same. Their face is identical, with the exception that Kobe has dark skin, which you can change either through all sorts of makeup, prosthetics, and there's also types of there's ways that you can change the color of someone's skin really quickly. We don't have that technology out here. There's no purpose, no reason they would give it to the general public, but there are ways of melanating the body very quickly without using makeup. That you can look up the patents on this. You can look up the technology. You can look up how to add melanation to the skin. So, Kobe, and where he's from, the languages he speaks. Everybody's like, oh, he's so black people so magnificently talented physically, and white people can't play basketball. Apparently, that dude is white. Interesting, huh? The trucker thing is for real, as far as I've seen, because I've seen enough like videos like this. Not to say we can't influence that, that I haven't been influenced, but it seems to be pretty real, pretty big and widespread. Awesome. I think not everything is black-hatted, evil, demonstrative towards bad. There is, whether it's, even if something organically crops up in reality, into things, they can turn that into part of the news story. You know what I'm saying? There's expectations that something will be part of the larger story that they didn't put in there and go, oh, this works. But yeah, that dude, his name is, yeah. Novak Djokovic. Yeah, I mean it's said in the name. Now, how long have they been? How long has he had that name? How long has he been playing tennis? How long have they planned the thing? You know, or did he just happen to have that name? I mean, I've never heard anybody with either of those names ever in my life. Where did that name come from? So, perhaps he was already part of this, and then you go, oh, he's part of these things. So be it, whatever. But to think that he's not part of the larger storyline would be a little weird. That's the guy. Let me try to break this down for people. The guy that gets AIDS, gets HIV. His name is Magic Johnson. He has a Magic Johnson. Only guy in the entire NBA. NBA means Nibiru, just like NFL means Nephilim, the Giants. Okay. The only guy in the NBA that gets AIDS, because nobody else was just raw dogging everybody, right? Nobody else out there with babies on babies, and they're all perfectly healthy. One guy in the NBA ever? Do you know how many hundreds of players? Mathematically speaking, there would be at least what, 50? Mathematically speaking, maybe more. But then we add that to the mix of, okay, there's players coming and going, and then we add that to the possibility that, like, how many people they have relations and intercourse with. It would be half of the league would have AIDS. But so the dude that gets AIDS from having intercourse is Magic Johnson, and he's still alive, and he's in perfect condition. And now the guy that's part of this whole don't or do get stab wounds, his name is what? Literally, and his name is Joke. His name is Joker, Joke, and his name is Don't Do the Thing. Like, doesn't it seem just a little too convenient that these kind of things continually occur, and they're the most popularized? It doesn't seem. It's not a mathematically, for someone that was running through all of the possibilities, autistic, heavily mathematically minded. They would say that this is outside of the bounds of, beyond impossible into possible into almost certain. We would be in the 99 percentile of like that. Well, how could that happen unless it was made that way? What up, Mr. Mannion? Yeah. Yeah. Keeping them farmed out, dude. What's up, Junie? So, yeah, I mean, see, this is why, like, somebody was earlier today, as every day, turn the TV off, don't pay attention to the TV. The TV's evil. No, it's not. Just because you cut your hand doesn't mean the knife is evil. You just don't know what it is. Just because, there's terrible stories out there doesn't mean you can't read stories. Just because there's terrible artwork, just because a car crashes doesn't mean you shouldn't drive an automobile. Like, technology and media and all this is part of life. It just is. You think being a Gemini and Mercurian, I'm vocal, and I have all of these strengths that I just shouldn't talk because someone talked once. It's part of the media. It's part of what it is. Like, so if you don't like TV, then everyone should shut up. Everyone, just stop talking. All of you, silence. Silence the television, silence the media. That means silence yourself, because you're doing it too. And the point is that on that thing, on the media, just like on here, just like it's still, there is genuine artifacts, genuine reality. There is authenticity on here, and on the TV, and in movies, and there is so much esoteric, occulted, and symbolic content that just, like, people, oh, they're making fun of you. No, they're not. They're telling you something symbolically. They're not making fun of you They're giving you symbolism so you can understand what's going on behind the scenes. And then people are like, get rid of the TV, it's evil. Yeah, so is your phone. Get rid of your phone. That way, when you're driving your car with the technology, oh, that's evil too, because this is it's moronic talk. There's such a small number and a rare occurrence of something that is essentially the evil that you can't even explain what it is. It's like it really really doesn't exist the same way death doesn't exist. Just because you see something as not living and it's dead to you doesn't mean that it is no longer a form of life somewhere. Is equivalent to, saying where is the evil in the world? I don't know. So, some things that are evil to one person are not evil to another. So some man's garbage is another man's treasure. These kind of things. It exists everywhere. Certainly, is it a good idea that that some media is influencing people to take poisonous substances and do this and that? Granted, but that might not be poisonous to some people. Drink as much as I do. I'm not going to encourage anybody to do that. But apparently, I'm pretty good at it. It would probably kill you. So I wouldn't tell you to do it. But is it a good idea? For me it is. For you, not so much. So, what's evil? I know people that smoke cigars and cigarettes every day of their life, and they live to 100 years old, and they're great people, they're comedians, they're rock stars, they're like people that do drugs all the time. Drugs are evil, drugs are bad. Go find me a piece of music that you love, and then we'll see who wrote it. And then you're going to tell me all about how you hate drugs, but you love that music. That music wouldn't exist without those drugs. So people gotta get their heads out of their anal cavities, honestly. Yeah, decaying on one level is is advancement on another. Decaying or breaking down of substance can be extremely healthy. You start breaking down, you put worms into the land over here, and it starts to break down the things that were solid that now all of a sudden can offer nutrition and things to the earth. The decaying of one thing is a formation of something else. And you can see this in breaking down. You want to eat a seed, you want to eat a nut, well, why don't I just add water and some bacteria, and as it starts to break it apart, it becomes something even more beneficial and healthy to the human condition. So even things that seem to be falling apart in another system are exaggerated to even a better thing. Yogurt, good example. You go and cook some milk. That's a bad idea. But now if I add some bacteria to that, or if I just take the raw milk and let it go through a process that looks like it's decaying, cheese ends up molding, but it's delicious and healthy. Yogurt is extremely healthy. Kombucha, all these people, that's got to be a big problem for the raw community. So you got the people that are eating veggies, and you got the healthy raw, you got the veggies, you got the raw foodists, and you got the alkaline foodists, and then you got the vegan things. And for the longest time, what was the healthiest thing out there? Kombucha. Sorry to break it to you, but kombucha is acidic. It has alcohol in it. It is formed by killing life, but creating other life. a lot of confusion with kombucha, huh? How about apple cider vinegar? Is that acid? How's that going to form? How's that for your diet? Can't have acid things, Dr. Sebi. Yet lemons and limes are acid, but are alkalinic to the human condition. Well, hell, I guess humans shouldn't exist because our general stance is 7.3, which is acidic, and our stomach has acid in it, right? So get rid of the stomach. Is that what you want? Get rid of the stomach because there's acid in there? This is all foolish talk. It's naive. It's childish. And then we just put it on a pedestal and go, oh, that's the right thing to do. Even at the time of whenever, as much as he puts out there is quality information, Sebi, he looked like a fart from a fly would fling him into another dimension, weak and feeble. I'm not saying everybody needs to be strong. I'm not saying people need to be, but I wouldn't call him the picture of health. Now, however, did he do fasting and talk about? He didn't talk a lot about it, but he did fast on urine. I'm pretty. I wonder if anybody can find that. I'm 90%, 99% sure that he did a long fast on urine where he went blind for a minute because as his body was pushing things out, but he knew how good it was that he kept going through the fast and it cleaned out his eyes. It was like a buildup of something and then it flushed it out of his body. But then no one in that community talks about drinking urine, even though Sebi spoke about it. So in that way, good for him. But then other things that everything has got to be, alkalinic and original from this plant in Africa, and not everything came from there. What's local? What's growing in your environment? People are lost in the South, honey. Yeah, sauerkraut, one of my favorite things. What's up, Angel? What are you doing? Cabbage with onions and garlic. One of my favorite things. You know what, too? Cabbage rolls with wild rice. I like wild rice, and I just think it tastes better. Onions, garlic, and tomatoes. Wrapped up, baked. Yeah. Num, num, num. Some people say cabbage is no good. Yeah, cabbage raw is not that good. Cook it. It's great. It's doing something different whether it's cooked or not. Caraway is good. Yeah, I would go. If I'm going to do cabbage, it's definitely got to be cooked. Or fermented. Fermented cabbage. That's up there. Some sauerkrauts. And again, I've made this for anybody that's new here. Cooking something is equivalent to fermenting something. It's a chemical process of breaking things down and cooking it, and those chemical processes that are happening on a micro level are actually causing heat to be distributed. It's not getting to the point of what you'd call boiling out here, but on a microcosmic level, that fermentation is a heating process. So you're cooking something. Anything fermented is being cooked. So people that are in the raw food is nonsense. Then you can't eat living foods, and that's the living food. What are you living food or raw food? And if you're in living food, then fermented food is living, but it's been cooked. So therefore it's not raw anymore. So you're not eating cooked food. Now it's a lot of confusion. That people that, this is simple mathematics over here, dog. Simple science. Simple way of looking at it. We're transmuting energies. Junie, yeah. Changing, yeah, it's getting the most base point of it is, yes, it's a trading of, there's no impact of atoms really together. They're just trading something. They're making a trade for positive and negative ions. They're trading electrons for neutrons and all that it's happening. That's just, it's, and that will cause a, heat to the point of combustion at times. But when you're fermenting something, there's so much liquid, you're not going to cause a fire, and it's happening on such a microscopic level that exchanging something is friction, and that friction is causing heat, and that heat is cooking. You can cook it, you can let it sit in a tree and grow a fruit, which the heat is hitting, causing the water and the heating up of the process to become the fruit. And then we let the fruit go through the fermentation process, becomes alcohol or fermented foods. I don't drink that. That's been fermented. That's no good. You sure? I don't know about that. You like that? Hey, speaking of heat, I'm gonna go heat up another charcoal. I'll be right back. Yeah, I think I've covered a lot of the major subjects in this talk. Funny enough, today, that through the years, that I sparsely, is that like parsley with an S? Like sparingly is the word I'm looking for here. Sparingly do, because I have so many talks. I've done so many of them on. So we went through the toroidal fields, the donuts, the different races and how they were created. We've gone through. Well, we can get farther into the root to the fruit. We get into that again, and the transition of the and how sugars work. But we kind of covered the living and the alkalinic principle to a degree. I mean, I'm not gonna go too deep into all of these. I've done, hundreds of talks. It's funny. Earlier this morning, I was looking through some of my old videos. Like, I forgot how many videos I did. Like, when I tell people, like, I have about 4,000 videos out there. It kind of is astounding to me, like, that I have that many videos on that many things. And I was going through, like, oh, I forgot about this. I forgot I did a talk on this. And it kind of just sparks me to want to do another. I don't like to revisit things too often, Do you guys want me? Hey, okay. There's 17 people here, so I'm assuming there's some new people here. Do you guys want me to do the breakdown of how the body, the etymology, and the form of a house, and the car? Do you want me to do the house? I'll break the whole house down. I'll break the whole motherfucking house down and show you why your house is built the way it is, and is built the way it is based upon etymology, language, and how it functions, based upon even the shape of the letters and what the values of the letters are. And you want me to do that one? Does anybody remember this one? Hey, thumbs up on that shit. Oh, let me go fill this cup up here. Oh yeah, you want to talk about the D block? You want the block, the sock, the cock, the rock. Oh, but the locks. You want to talk about the blocks and the square D panel and the sun. And we talk about electricity. Those are three of the ones that I did with images too. Anybody wants to check these out later. And I assume there's got to be new people here, y'all. I'll be right back. I gotta get something. I gotta ice cubes is what I need. I need actually ice cubes and fire. Imagine that. Here's what an insane chemist I am. A mad magical alchemist I am. I'm getting ice and fire. I'm getting charcoal, fire from the charcoal. Getting ice for a drink. I'm getting vodka that has been processed. We could go through why I'm consuming all of this at the same time and how that functions on the human condition. Ah, kimchi. Yes. Oh, Angel. Yeah, that was way earlier. Yeah. There's not much info on it because nobody knows what it was. Yeah, I mean, hey, Divine, I hear you about the new bots, but they would have already said something in here, which they haven't, and there's no reason to have extra bots. There wouldn't be much of a purpose, right? Like, what would the bots' point of being here be? That's what I ask people all the time, and break it down. Like, what will be the point of having 10 bots here? It doesn't, unless it's other people's channels recording, but I put my shit out there anyway, so you don't need to bot it. You could just watch it afterwards, or you could You need one bot and it supplies it to the whole system. I don't fucking know. But that doesn't seem right. What's up, Stan? Stan, I love you so much. Every time you come here, you go, folks, Zen has lost his main contributor. And if you want to, yeah, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, TSAR, capital XEN, that's Tarzan or TsarXen. That's me. It's in the description box. Easiest way to find me. If you ever need to get a hold of me for any personal chats about maybe your downstairs mix-up or your bunghole not functioning correctly, or if you need to know anything specifically, health, well-being, or whatever, TheoLuminous at Gmail. That's also in the description box. That means Godlight. It's me. You can holler at me there, and feel free to just throw some dollars. If you're poor, I'll take a quarter. If you're rich, you go ahead and throw a couple thousand in there. Keeps this thing on, keeps the roof over my head, and also could perhaps buy you a plane ticket to Mars or whatever, because if the world's going to end, we need a spaceship going somewhere, and I could provide that for you. Just donate to the Church of Zen. I could never do that because it would never come across as legitimate, because I wouldn't believe it. I mean, the idea, donate to the church. I get it from the level of, what they do with the economies and using certain, LLCs and for-profit, I know all that works. But I would just feel like a schmuck telling people I'm going to give them a spaceship going somewhere. But this is what they do. They tell you they're going to talk to God for you and give you a spaceship to meet him in heaven. What do you think all these other organizations do? They're going to get you a physical spaceship and bring you to a different land. That's what the religions do. I can't do that. You can talk to God yourself. You're talking to God right now. And I'm kidding. I mean, in the sense that you're talking to God every time you think, every time you look in the mirror, every time you're just sitting there taking a dump, every time you're jacking off, every time you're eating food. That's you. It's your life. Enjoy it. Oh yeah, yeah, Stan. How's it going up there in Canada with you guys? You guys are rocking the socks off at the party. You know what I mean? Like you're getting in there. You're digging in. You guys got people driving 18-wheelers into the Capitol building of your cold country. They're up in there. 50,000 plus more. Now it said it's about 70 kilometers long worth of. I think because yesterday I made a video saying 7 kilometers, that's not going to take care of 50,000 vehicles. 70 kilometers, we're getting there. And maybe it's a build up, and I think they're going to turn all of where are they going to? What's the name of the city? Not Montreal's the other direction. Wherever the hell you guys keep your capital, they're about to turn that whole place into a parking lot. That could be cool. They run out of gas and they all get stuck there, and then they'll be filming a movie from there because nobody can move their vehicles. They don't have no gas. Your whole economy went to garbage, and then that's real deal apocalypse scenario. You see what I'm talking about? I talked about this the other day. Not to this point, but if the whole system goes awry, and the gas stops being put over there, where are they gonna go with their trucks? They're all stuck in the city now. Now they're all stuck there. Now it's filled. They ain't got enough food because they're not gonna be able to ship gas or food in, and everybody starts fighting and eating each other and playing hockey, I guess, or whatever you guys do up there. Ice skate. Maybe you just go the other direction, start ice skating, and opening your doors up to each other because you guys don't even lock your doors up there, I guess. Could go any way. Who knows? Canada is the Canada is the coldest place with the warmest hearts. In Ottawa. Oh, nice, Stan. You supported them? Like, like you were like out there, with your bullhorn, or you mean like just like rocking with the party? That's awesome. Yeah, I was trying to find out the legitimacy of like how big it was. Like I know it's obviously occurring. I know people are part of the movement, but and I'm gonna be redundant here and say this again. How interesting will it be? Because now where they would be normally going with their shipments, they're not going there. So obviously the supply chain is interrupted, any way you want to look at it. And the supply chain for the gasoline and food is interrupted everywhere. This is without question. How much reserves are there of both of the things, and the movement of things there? What if things got congested and stuck there? I think it's an interesting thing. Or what if the government does get shut down, and if it does, then all of the contracts are null and void, and so the businesses that are cooperating, co-aligned with that, they're not moving food, they're not moving, and then the start of the apocalypse is in Ottawa, Canada. Oh, bro, I think I figured it out. The sparking start point of the apocalypse, which lines up with a lot of things, because you guys would get there, what, the 29th? Oh my gosh. Dude, we all figured it out. Put it on blast. I figured out the start of the apocalypse of the world. Yep. Nice. Yeah, Stan, I mean, getting onto the main thoroughfare of the highway, a different scenario. But there's people starting in the west, going to the north, and they're going to be coming from wherever they are to get onto the major highways. But certainly, Angel, you hear what I'm saying? If I'm right about this, y'all can vote me in as El Capitane, as you know what they do in the tribes. The reason that a chief is called a chief executive officer, or chiefs of tribes, they exist. They don't want to be that. I mean, some of them do, I suppose, but they're chosen because they're competent. They're good at what they do. So it's like the person that becomes the chief isn't the CEO of a CEO of a company. Is, I got enough money because Dad left me $2 million, and I fill out this form, get an LLC, and then I say, hey, I'm the CEO, and then I hire some people, and then all of a sudden I'm chief of this thing. You know, ain't chief shit for real. Like in the real world, that person is just because they started a business. So they're selling Cracker Jacks. Ain't nobody watching goddamn Cracker Jacks. That's foolish. But he's a chief executive officer. No, the only people that become el presidente, the chief, are people that are they were already destined and bound for it, because they already fulfilled naturally those type of energies that would who else would you want to do it? You want the person that wants to do it? Just because I know they're called blowhards. They're people that try too hard. The kids that really want to be good at basketball, never gonna be good. The kids that really want to be, I want to be that when I grow up. Well, you're not cut out for it. It's not for you. Thank you, Juniverse. What do you mean it ain't going down like that? Nah, dog. Stan said there's 600,000 people. Do you know how much 600,000 people are? Could you imagine a convoy of 100,000 plus trucks going anywhere? Where do they park? What are they eating? Where's the fuel? They're going to get stuck there. The beginning of the apocalypse, I'm going to say it again, and it's very obvious now. I have reached an epiphany. I've had a spiritual awakening. My guides have told me with no question whatsoever that see, this is proof of it, because robot guy, love face, is unwanted here with their silly things that they're doing. But get them off of here. You get out of here. I don't need you coming in here with your goofy stuff. Get out of here. I'm certain of it now. Jesus, Muhammad, the Lord God has spoken to me, and it is without question. Ottawa. What does Ottawa mean? Let's do it. We're doing it live. We'll do it live. What does Ottawa mean? It's important. It's your capital or some stuff, right? There's something going on there. Junie, you want a wrench now? You want a wrench? You guys, should I give Junie a wrench? Is she worthy? My only excuse me. My only question on this thing, just like anything else, on there is some major news outlets reporting this, but the numbers they choose to use, how do you come up with these numbers? Because it's got to be, the number is 19, and if we look up the number 19, it's connection to etymology and gematria, and there's a purpose. I mean, I'm not saying there's only 100 people. I'm just saying, how do they come up with the numbers? I don't think it's going to be 150,000 truckers. That doesn't even seem possible. There's not even 150,000 trucks in the whole world. And I'm kidding, obviously, but and do they all have their boxes on the back? They got 18 wheels, or are they just using the front ones? You know, are they using the 2 in the front and the 2, 4, 6, 8? What is it? It's 10 plus the 8. So they're using 10 wheelers. Isn't that how it works for the cab? Well, good. Junie, you're the 100th monkey. Good, the monkey wrench. Good. Finally, we've reached that point. The mass awakening has happened. The 100th monkey has spoken. Now everyone knows how to make jambalaya. That's all that really matters. If you can make a good jambalaya, you'll exist in the next world. I firmly believe that if there was a world that existed after the last one, it was New Orleans, and what it took was making a good jambalaya, a good gumbo, and I think jambalaya is more important than gumbo, but whatever. And I'll tell you a little secret. I never made jambalaya or gumbo for anyone via what the proper Narlands way is, the New Orleans way. I mean, obviously, you're going to use the standard onions, green peppers, garlic. I mean, yeah. But cooking style and everything else, no. I do it my own damn way. And it's just as good, if not better. So, if you don't know how to make, if you can't make a jambalaya, a lot of people like to say jambalaya. Whatever, you can jumble it up any way you like. But if you can't do it, you're not welcome in the new world. Angel, yeah. And anybody that doesn't know, the word Cajun comes from the word Indian. Well, how does that work? It was the language that was used when you would say Indian, you would call them an Injun. So the Injun turned into Cajun, the Injun Cajun. So the Indian people were the hybridized people from the kind of like where you get even the jambalaya, the mixture of the culture between the French and so you got the Cajun, Creole culture of French and the influxes of different cuisines, and within that culture is their food, their identity, and one of the major influences was the white people intermingling with the native tribes that became the Cajun. It's like an Indian and the blackish, reddish original people from the land intermingling with the whiter Slavic people, and then you got the tongue of the Cajun and the food, which was their culture's food, that was intermingling with the culture's food here, which is the interesting thing about okra and where the original okra comes from, which gets it also into magic and why people in the States would call it voodoo, but if you go to the islands, you call it hoodoo, and there's a slight difference in variation between hoodoo and voodoo, and the influx of the types of magical things they would do. And food is a physical representation of the magic that is stewed up in a jambalaya, a goulash, and the types of foods and where they came from originally. And okra is a native species to African tribes, which was connected to the islands, which New Orleans is a port to the lands. So the New Orleans port is very much connected to Freeport, the Bahamas, etc., etc. If you think their food is interesting, try to talk to a Cajun. Try to have a conversation. I have a pretty good ear for different dialectics, and I have a pretty good ear for just different cultural. I can code switch slightly. I can't necessarily do it, but I can hear it. But talking to a Cajun is fucking impossible. You'll get 1 out of 10 words. It's like if you go to Baltimore, try to talk to somebody from the inner city of Baltimore. Try to talk to somebody from certain parts of New Orleans. Try to talk to somebody from Atlanta, Houston. Try to talk to people that have their own tongue. You'll be very confused. But try to talk to a Cajun, you're going nowhere. You have no idea what they're saying. It's gooey. El Cajon, isn't that Cajon? Yeah. Cajon. Cajon. Because the J isn't quite. Cajon. Cajon. Well, I mean, we got Cojon. Or Cochon. Yeah, isn't that an interesting thing? If we consider Canada is so French influenced, Canada's up here, but there's not really any French influence in Northern America. Here, let's try to. I now got this weird little. Oh man, I'm gonna have to be an old guy and get one of those hair trimmers because these ones always curl. Okay. Here's something to consider. French Canadian, so France over here, Canada over here, the dialect and the language. And then you have the ports that we would call where the giant Statue of Liberty is. Where did that come from? Who gave, supposedly, who gave the America the port that gives people, I'm going to talk you all through this and you get a visualization of what I'm saying. Who gave, I don't have any ear hair. Who gave America the port, the giant Statue of Liberty? Who gave people liberty? Because liberty is for sailors that come into port. And also, the Statue of Liberty is not a woman, by the way. So that Statue of Liberty was from the French, and there's a French influence over in the north, in Canada. But the people that were coming to port were all slaves because they were Slavic, and they were all white. They were from the Slavic region. So the influence of the Polish, the Italian, all of the influence in the languages there in the colder regions in New York that spread out, go into Chicago, and you'll see the different Irish, you'll see all of that, colder regions. Then we go all the way down here to where specifically New Orleans is. The French is a huge culinary influence and language influence. Canada, New Orleans, and then the islands, the island people. What happened in the middle of the country, and what was the influx of the slaves, the Slavic, to coming to port off of a ship looking for liberty, which liberty is not for free people. They're for people that were bound to a boat, to the maritime, the ship captain. I'm giving you a lot of ideas here so you can understand. I don't have the answer why what the French has to do with, and then the French Revolution, but the influence of the language in New Orleans and in Canada. Because it seems to be very polar opposite types of people. Hey, I gotta go piss. 2 hours in, my first piss. I'll be right back. It's also funny, whenever I do certain videos with you guys, like I drink during, 80% of my videos. But only sometimes do I get that kind of curly thing or something, and you could say whatever you want. I'm not a cokehead. I don't do coke. I don't like it. And I'll tell you if I did, because I don't fucking care. But I get the itchy nose, but it's only during some times. And I think it has to do with what I'm saying. And I think my nose hairs just grow or something. What do you think about that? Junie, updated experience with Spanish Inquisition. Interesting. New Orleans to Nova Scotia. Well, I mean, isn't that kind of connected to the Underground Railroad and the slave slave trains going in different directions to, which again is a very interesting subject, and I don't want to go too far on this, but the most important thing that I could point out is if everything's backwards and the Civil War didn't happen the way we were told, and the larger stories and the people's names and, you know, they're farces, and they're maybe misdirecting us, because the South were the free states. The South wasn't the place holding the slaves. It was the northern regions. We can look at it very plainly and see that the Slavic white people were coming to port in harbor. They were harbored off of the ships from their captain. Some of them be given liberty in the northern regions. The slaves, Slavic white, slave is Slavic, white people in the north, and those slaves are what pushed to the South, flipped the storyline, so the South were trying to keep slaves and the North were trying to free them. When in reality, the South was already integrated. New Orleans was one of the most integrated cities. New York was for a while, but the influence was more white slaves coming in and taking land because of certain things. That's a long story, but the amount. Look at southern cities. Why are there so many? Why is Atlantis, called Chocolate City? Why is the population of most cities majority black, Native American, not African, not slaves? They didn't take. You can't even do the math on this because it doesn't work, because the slave ships aren't. It's nonsense, because the melanated black people are already here in the cities, but the influx of people were not. It's in the opposite direction. The South had more black population. You couldn't just take slaves in and within 300 years overpopulate everything that everybody's African American. Well, that's a new term that wasn't even used in within the vernacular, the common tongue. It never was considered because they weren't. So most people here in the South, there was already a combination of different ethnicities. In the South, it was more black and Indian, whatever you want to call them, and they're not from Africa, and they were already integrated. This were the free states. It was the northern states that were bringing in slaves to do the war against the South, and then change the narrative that the South was trying to keep slaves and fight. They want to fight. No, it was all of the free people in the South, black, white, and everything else, fighting the Slavics that were the slaves doing the war for someone else, and then flipping the narrative and trying to pressure and enslave the rest of the people in the South to the northern idea. That's now, what do you see on the TV? Some fat, stupid white dude with the Confederate flag, and that's all you see, not understanding the entire history and heritage of anything, and they're just using inverted symbolism on what the hell was going on, because between what is you can identify just if you were to walk through time in a short period of 300 years and expound a logical sequence of events of how generations would happen, you wouldn't be influxing that many people from Africa to overwhelm a population within 300 years that is the major part of the cities. It wouldn't happen. It couldn't happen. And the idea that even the places I've been, the most integrated places, the most non-judgmental, racist places have been south. Yes, there are small pockets that are, but it's just not racist in the northern regions. Why? Here's a little clue. Because the overwhelming majority of people that were coming off of the boat, the coming off the boats were not the slaves that were black. in the South, in North Carolina and South Carolina. That's not where it was happening. It was coming right into the ports where the cold water right across from, because they wouldn't have taken the ship down here. They would have right across to the port, the same weather. It was all the white people, so they overwhelmed it. So those white people that were slaves overwhelmed the cities and then went south and pushed the slave mentality from the people in the north. That's what happened. You can't logically, the equation that they give you is so bizarre of the reality of how do you think it would happen. Get rid of your American, your world history, and just look at the populations and look at the people and understand the language, the dialectic, the interbreeding of different cultures. Look at their food. Look at the way things are. Where is it like? Where is it like what? Look at the languages. It's very simple to see. I love how they use love face and then watch girls get naked and do weird things on this all the time. It's so weird. It's like, who's going to just buy into that? Like, it doesn't even make any sense. Let's go ahead and put that on there. It's like, here's some messages from the same person that I've deleted from my channel. It's just, it's kind of like annoying. It's not that I really care, but it's just so overabundant that like who. It's kind of like if I hit the button, remove and report, like it's reporting the people that are doing it. They're like, it's like geeky people that like are just annoying for no reason. That's what that is. To me, if we want to break it down, the people that went to the north to escape slavery, that wasn't an underground railroad to escape slavery at all. Not the way that we perceive it. It was people that didn't want to fight the war that seemed that they were going to be overwhelmed anyways. You get a million slaves that are fighting for some unjust cause that they're slaves anyway, so they have to fight the war, and you got a million people going to fight 100,000, and then people were like, okay, if we just go around that and go above that, doesn't this just seem obvious what would happen? If you got the influence of the actual African voodoo sciences, the African food, the African language, the French, down here, where we are, at the port of New Orleans, came inside. You got some in Florida area, right? The tribes, the amount of tribal people. They always try to crack on Florida, old white people and this and that. Yet the Seminoles, the Indian tribes in Florida, this whole area, right? And all they did was go, okay. They went around the entire influx of the slaves that were being forced to fight a war against the free people of the South. Why? Because they want to get out of the cold, and these people like try to take over land where it was warm and the food could be grown year round. It's so glaringly and blatantly obvious as like, I don't know how people can't understand and see this, because they're so delusional in their minds because of the history that they've been given. It was written by the people that are popular, not by the reality of the situation. What would be the purpose if you had a bunch of free people to go to a land, if you were a bunch of free people and everything is glorious where you are, what would be the purpose of going to a land and warring with everyone on that land because the perception was they were the ones enslaved? Did you kill everyone? The slaves and the non-slaves? The narrative doesn't line up. They were the free people were being attacked by the people that were enslaved. We in the South, I'm from the North, but I live in the South. I see a wild difference in attitude, mentality, food, culture, the whole thing. It's cold there. You want to get the hell out of the cold. You wanted the food. You wanted the freedom. Cold is slavery. Sunshine is freedom. Tell me it's not. Free food. It just grows. Oxygen outside, the whole thing. It's right there. The whole narrative is backwards. I'll say it 1,000 times again and over. I don't care who want to argue from their political standpoint, their industrialist standpoint, whatever their parents taught them. I don't care what your parents taught you. Your parents are idiots because they learn from idiots too. I'm talking from just what if I'm an androgynous being with no eyes, no ears, I'm just visualizing how would something work out. There is no way people from the South ain't going to the North for what? For what? Why are you gonna go north? It's cold up there. People don't treat you good. People are stuck in their house all day. There's no food up there. There's no reason for people to go from the South to North. So people in the South, equanimity, freedom, growth, opportunity, sunshine. It's a complete it's so ass backwards. It's outlandish to even. If anybody could listen to what I just said, their brain would just explode and say, how did I believe anything else? You couldn't not. I don't need you to believe me. It's just how it works. It's how psychology, how animals work. How do animals work? They don't go to where it's cold. They don't go to where there's problems. They go where there's water and where there's food. And ain't no water and food in the North. But y'all sitting in your little cabins. And if you could, you'd leave. And if somebody said, hey, if you go to the South. And you know what? There's even a better reason to go to the South. Because those people down there, they're working. There's 1,000 strong black men making sugar and keeping people addicted for one white man, and they didn't do anything about it there. And we got to go down there. We got to free them. Bunch of white people in the North, living in cabins, staring at a fire. Got to go free the people in the South that are slaved. It's stupid. It's dumb people in the North that came to the South under the delusion that they were freeing people, only to enslave them to the idiotic ideas the cold people had. That's what it is. You didn't have shit. You don't have palm trees. You don't have a fruit tree. I can walk out and get a fruit right now. You can't. That's the point. What don't people get about this? They couldn't just send people. They couldn't have just sent white people to the South. They had to send them to the North. Where did they gonna send black people to the North? They didn't sell them. They didn't send African people off of slave ships to cold weather in New York. That's not how it could have worked. It wouldn't have functioned. It couldn't have. They chose to come to islands. What is every island anywhere near the coast of? What's going on in South America, Mexico? What's going on in the islands? They're all melanated. Where do they come from? But what's happening? The overpopulation of the unmelanated, uneducated white slaves from the north trying to push, and it's not their fault because they were told to do it because they were misinformed about what's going on in. So what is the next step? Oh, what happened? We had a Cuban embargo, a Cuban. We didn't trade with Cuba. Why? Because they had their own system. No, because they were free of the ideas and the philosophies of the enslavers, the monetary systems. Oh well, we're not going to do business with them. They're evil. Why didn't they go the other direction? Because what would be the point of going to colder land with idiots that want to enslave you? Makes no sense. You can't. I tell that story and listen to somebody else tell that story that you've been nationalized to, that you've been fed your entire life, and if you had no idea which one was true and which one was false, as any kind of reasonable human being, there's no doubt you would believe what I'm saying and not what they're saying. It wouldn't even. You would be considered a dummy. Because it's only factual. Yeah, Junie. I mean, the funny thing is, certainly, when you're going through small towns in the South, there is a divided culture, a separate culture, but it's not because the blatant idea that we perceive of racism, it's literally old mentality of the enslaved white people that pushed because of what they believe, what they were told by their lords, that and then so there's the divide there, certainly in the smaller little pockets in southern cities. That is a very big divide between here's the melanated town, here's white town. Big divide, without question. But I guarantee you, it's for the opposite reason you're told. How did the melanated people and the black people obtain and maintain property? And why is the white people out there in the sticks? It's not the other way around. It's goofy. Why is the black people in the major business centers, the cities of power? City means power. City, SIDDHI, same word. It means either a person or a place of power. Why are all of the melanated people with, because melanation is black energy, it's a source of energy. That's a separate thing, but why are they there and all of the racist white people are on the outskirts? You know why? Because and here's how it goes all mentally for people, it gets a little confusing. They were the slaves. The white people were the slaves to the idea of overtaking the South, and that's why they're in the sticks. Guarantee it. And see, this is I'm not joining any sides. I don't give a fuck about the South. I don't give a fuck about the North. I don't give a fuck about your belief system, your heritage, your history. I don't give a shit about if you are hateful in your heart. I don't care. I'm giving you a breakdown of what's going on, and why people are like they are, from a completely non-involved standpoint. And I got no horse in the race. I don't care either way. I'm just telling you that logically, as an engineer, if I was engineering a society and a culture, and I was on a good team or the bad team, or I was trying to, if I'm playing a video game and my people are not fed, I'm trying to run an empire, I'm trying to run the world, and then the opposite side of my mind, I'm living where it's beautiful, serene,
things are flourishing and growing. There's no reason for me to go where it's not. We have everything we need. But then I go use the other side of my mind. Like, well, hey, there's people up here. Okay, these are my people. We need something. What would I do? Would I just tell them to go start, harassing, murdering, and destroying the bounty and the plentiful land? Or would I trick them into believing they're enslaving everyone while they're the slaves to my ideas, and they need to go south because they're not getting food because I can't feed them because my land does not provide for them to consume properly, that the sun isn't close to them, that they're stuck inside, that they got to go outside in the cold and chop wood and burn it, and they're the ones enslaved. And I go, well, here's the thing: we got to go free people. Anybody in their right mind would say, hey, someone's entrapped and enslaved, I have to free them. You would do it. Anyone would do it. And the whole culture goes to the south, believing the opposite is true. But there's no reason for the people in the south to go to the north, because they're not being fed and da-da-da-da-da. Like, they go, well, what is our point here? In the south, you go, how can we even fight that war? We can't fight the war again. We can't even eat. What are we going to bring food with us? We can't eat when we get there. What's the point of going there? Those people are just going to die off on their own. And then somebody's like, well, they're going to eventually come this way, start eating your food, start attacking you. What the hell do you think happened? What the hell do you think happened? Bogus fucking American world history. It's all shit. It's only written by it's not the winners, it's the popular. It's the popular narrative. And right now the popular narrative is just what's said more often, more frequently. There might only be a few people saying it, but because it's spread far and wide, if you get a newspaper, who controls the flow of information controls the logic of people's mind. It's obscene. Equality never has, never should be real between any species, sex. It doesn't. No, it's equanimity and sharing and contributionism that is important, not equality. Because if you're 5 foot tall and I'm 6 foot tall, you're not equal to me. Period. Here's what I do. I get the things out the top shelf for you that you can't get, and you get the things off the bottom. Equality cannot, will not, and will never exist. Accept what you have for what it is, because there is power in things that are not powerful in others, and it just works both ways. You want to be Shaquille O'Neal? You want to be 7'3" and that much weight? You know how difficult it is to walk into most buildings? He can't walk most places. He can't interact with certain people. He has struggles too. Okay, just because you're 5 foot tall and you can't, but you can get into places and skirt around things, and you're invisible. There's all sorts of different powers and things. As people just like to put what's more important? Is it more important to have a personality, to have pretty eyes, to have big tits, to be intelligent? Is it more important to have a nice car, influence, sway, money? What's most important? What's most important in these attributes? And people just apply any type of, well, this is the attributes I need. Not necessarily true. What's up, True Stories? What's going on, yo? Yes, I can. I have lots of videos on it. Hey, True Stories. I got buggers, dog. Are you a male or a female? Where are you from? And do you know me? And when I say that, do you know who the fuck I am? And I say that jokingly, with just humor. Like, do you know my channel? My other one? Like, have you ever seen me before? Do you know what I talk about? Just so I could get an idea of where I should start with the esoterics and the occulted ideas of alcohol or any other substance or drug. I have so many videos on it. And I just want to know where you stand, like where you're starting points of listening to me, where you're from, so I get an idea of perhaps what you think about it, you know. And are you old? Are you young? Do you have a dong or a vag? And speaking of, let me go fill my cup up. But I will talk about it because this, you know, we get into whatever you want. I gotta go refill the cup. Okay, I'm almost back for your entertainment. Okay. And just to reiterate an idea, just so I can leave this where it is. When I was talking earlier about the North and the South and all this, you have to realize that this has no bearing whatsoever on being from the North or living in the South or some history. It's just considering, like, if I didn't live here, could I speak eloquently about what's going on in Russia and and how the people from China and the northern regions of in history, like the only thing I can do is make a logical outside of the framework of how it looks and how I see a sequence of events using logic and engineering and what is psychology of people and land mass and what how things grow and seasons and like put it all together. And there's a word for people that do that. But that's how I view it. I just what seems emotionally and logically sound. That's where I come from on that. I got no care in the world about what I've been told or what people's ideas are. Same thing with eating meat or eating vegetables or drinking alcohol or smoking crack. Well, I never smoked crack that I'm aware of. True stories. Mal, Wisconsin. What up? Oh, true stories. Cool. Mal, Wisconsin. Okay, cool. It's always funny to me. I just assume they're, whenever I'm talking, I'm like, if someone, I just assume if somebody was talking like me, I would eventually type something in and just to get a rise out of the person or to ask a stupid question. And then when people don't, I'm just like, who the hell is listening to me right now? Yeah. Hey, thank you for getting rid of a fart face. Yeah, you know what? I don't think I can report them anymore because this is the third time that bot with a different name comes back. So it is proof that YouTube is installing them or will do nothing about not allowing them to show up. What are you gonna do? I don't know. All right, so what do you wanna get into here? Exoterics, the esoterics of alcohol. Like, and what do you wanna get into here? I'll give you those are two separate subjects that there's an intersection of anti-meat and anti-alcohol. I'll give you the intersection. Okay, I'll give you the intersection. Let's start with food, and let's start with ingestion. So you have ingestion, which is all of your orifices. You have your eyes and your ears and your nose and your mouth, and you're ingesting all of this reality. And then we get to food, which seems wildly important. You have breath, breathing, and you have liquids that you're consuming with your mouth, right? And there's the process of food turning into alcohol. So there's an obvious connection to the fermentation of all substance, the alteration, the alchemical properties, alchemy, alcohol, the changing of how elements, what sugars turn into outside of the body, inside of the body, what carbohydrates turn into, what fats turn into, heating up. There's a whole process occurring with all of this stuff. And then when there's some sort of immediate psychological effect, or psychedelic psychological effect, we have a different observation and rule about eating that mushroom could be bad because it will have an immediate effect of you seeing the world through the lens of that mushroom. But if I give you a carrot, nothing's really going to happen. Maybe if you eat enough carrots, you'll be able to see better. You won't have an obvious, immediate psychological, physical, mental response to eating a carrot, nor anything else. Most plants, right? Although some plants, yes. When it comes to meat, it really comes down to your local, and for diet and ingestion of anything, it's environmentally. It's your terrain, what your environment allows for. You have to start with the idea of what would an animal do. What is most important for an animal? They need to be close enough to water, and to perhaps where it's suitable for them to live, so their environment will delineate what kind of substances they should consume. So when it comes to ingestion of plants, fruits, vegetables, or animal life, it's where do you live? If you live in the north, if you live where it's cold, there's not going to be any fruit growing, so therefore that's not going to be in your dietary habits. You're not going to be able to consume fruits. You'll be able to consume an animal that lives there, and what they're consuming are bees there, is honey there. Now, why do I consume honey? Because near me there are bees that are flying around making honey. However, if I lived somewhere that honey was not available, I wouldn't be consuming it. If I have a polar bear that lives near me, if I have a whale and I live in Alaska, if there's whales around me and I live in Alaska, but there's no plant life, what would I consume? So the ingestion of the blood of plant life is magnesium, just as a side note, but it is a blood, it is the water and the energy that is contained within the blood of the plant. Now, if the animal eats the plant, or another animal, they're consuming the blood, which tends to be iron rich, and that iron is a result of all the things they've consumed and the process that are going on within the animal, the same way a cow can make milk fat out of eating grass when there's no fat in grass. But something's happening alchemical in the body, and then I can eat the cow and take its blood, its meat, its bones, its marrow, its eyeballs, its milk. I can even let it hit the ground and then eat a mushroom off of it and become nourished. So it's very much dependent on where you live, and the process of producing a mushroom growing off of cow shit is the same as cow shit going to the ground producing a tree that you eat your apple from. Is no different than letting an orange hit the ground, letting it ferment and create alcohol, instead of eating the sugars that then would go into my body, start to process and produce a small amount of alcohol, but still will produce alcohol in my body. It's proven. So, what is the difference between consuming what we call spirit, breath, alcohol, than consuming the spirit of an animal? Dead animal is the spirit. The animal is living. It has a spirit in it. Now it's in the blood, it's in the plasma, it's in the body, and then I consume that. It's no different than consuming the body, flesh, fruit, blood of an orange or a peach, because that juice that now has the nutrition of the sunlight was producing with the grass. The animal called cow stands out there, doesn't wear any clothes, stands on earth, produces milk, produces shit, and then afterwards produces beef at some point if you like. And so you consume the milk, you consume the plant life, you consume the mushrooms. So it just depends on where you are. If you were in a very hot climate, it wouldn't make a lot of sense to consume fattiest dead animal. It would taste nasty to you. You don't have a fire going because you're where it's warm, so you don't need a fire to burn down the cold. You don't need to build a giant house with fireplace inside, because it makes no sense, because you're near the sun. So you would be the sun is already providing you with the nourishment through the fruits. And if you want to go fishing, go eat a fish if you want, right? But the majority of the thing that you would consume and consider consuming, because you don't have a fire going, because it's too hot. You already got the fire in the sky. It's lighting everything up. They're giving nutrition to the planet, to you. You don't even need to eat anything. You just consume yourself, consume water if you really want to go that far. But when you're north, what do you need to do? You need to start a fire, cook it. You need to start a fire to keep yourself warm, because now you're cold. You kill that animal, cook it, and eat it for nourishment, because the nourishment comes from nut, which is nux, which is connected to the word lux, like the light. Light is, a nut is filled with light. So that nut, that seed that you would get in the south, that would turn into a fruit from the sun, the lux, Luxor, the palace of light. Lux produces the nut, which is the seed, then produces the tree and the fruit. Or we go to the north. Now we got not as much sun, but that nut of the bison that produces another seed of a bison. What are you going to eat? You're going to eat the strawberries that aren't growing? So in the north, where it's cold, you would start a fire to then take that meat, cook it, and give it sun. The fire is the equivalent of the sun, to heat it up, to allow it to vibrate, to give yourself heat, warmth, and nutrition. So, in the sense of alcohol, what have we done? We've taken the sugars, the carbohydrates, the fermentables, and heated them up and turned sugar into the next step and the next process of what sugar would become. Just the same way fat can be fuel to turn into oil for your car or for your body. It's going to go through a process and fuel your body. So, alcohol is the next step in the process, the same way that if I go drive a car and I put 83 in my engine, 87, 91 is expensive, it's cleaner. But if I take the cleanest burning fuel, and I want to find a funny car, and I want it to go fast, and I want it to burn clean, that's pure alcohol. You think the body works any different? If you give it the cleanest source, if you distill water, it's distilled, it's cleansed, it's its most pure version of itself. If you distill and clean alcohol or any substance, going into your car? Do you want dirty fuel? The lower grade, lower octane. There are tiny little elements in there that aren't cleansed from it. So it's 83, 86, 87, whatever the hell the numbers are. That means it's not going to burn as clean, and you're going to destroy your engine because there's elements in it because it hasn't been distilled properly. So if I distill alcohol properly, it becomes clean alcohol, like vodka, right? And I can add to it if I want other little elements that then give it a genie, an energy to it. But alcohol in of itself is a higher form of the process of alchemy and what happens to carbohydrates and sugars and everything else. If you were to leave alcohol out overnight, where does the alcohol go? Try to drink it in the morning. The alcohol goes up and rises into the atmosphere and is a higher level, is a less dense energy. And drink it in the morning, it's less alcohol in there. Where'd it go? So what are you going to eat? What are you going to actually eat shit or drink alcohol? What has more energetic value? The energetic potential is already in front of you with alcohol. Drink 2 shots of alcohol. See how much fun you have. See how much faster you move. See how fast a car goes. Granted, I can turn shit into alcohol. It's a process. But I'm taking the most dense source, just like eating something out of the ground versus eating something that is already produced by the earth as an orange or a lemon or a peach or whatever. That's already produced. That the next step is alcohol. But I'm not taking the shit in the ground and eating it. That would make no sense, because that would be like putting shit in the gas tank of your car and expecting your engine to run well. Make sense? Do I eat anything not local? Yeah, because I'm doing the alchemy internally, and I'm a shaman, I can eat anything I want. I know what's going to work well with me and what won't, but I can also mentally process things to say I can take in a lot of garbage food and still be okay with it. Eating nuts. Is mercury not poisonous? I've had to have this conversation with so many people. It's the hardest one to break down for people, but it goes back to an earlier part of this conversation. Mercury is the sun and the moon connected together. Mercury as an element is used in Ayurveda. It's a medicine. When people say, oh, mercury is poisonous and toxic, it's because they get a filling in their tooth, but it's not the mercury. They need to bind it with something. I think me and Stan had this conversation a while back. It's what you're binding with heavy metals, and those heavy metals are poisonous and causing chaos in the body. Same thing with gluten. Gluten is in a silo. The silo has a bunch of heavy metal inside of it. What is it made of? What's on the inside of the can of the food? What's on the inside of the silo? That's getting into the food, and then we're ingesting it, and then we blame the dead food or the grain with the gluten. When in fact, it's not necessarily that. It's the metal that's heavy that's getting into our system that's causing chaos in our body and in our mind that causes misfirings to happen in the brain, just like short-circuiting something. If I put metal to make 2 wires touch, it's going to short circuit and fry something. What do you think's happening in your body? We're an electrical system. So mercury as a fluid, liquid state, it's obviously not a heavy metal, and obviously noble metals are different than heavy metals. They're noble. You call something noble what? They're worth more for a lot of reasons. Heavy metals are garbage, but yet we put them into our body and then blame other things. Yeah, alcohol is higher in every way, higher up on the alchemy totem, of course. Yeah, you've got your denser and your higher, more etheric things, substances, and then it does open up creativity. Obviously, you can become too creative and become a dingbat and lose your mind and fall over the place and hurt yourself. But you can also keep consuming heavy things and bury yourself. I mean, there's problems either way if you don't know what you're doing. But you know, as we consider breathing and breath and spirit, if I breathe, it's called my spirit. When alcohol is out, it rises up into the realm of ether. Is like alcohol, the ether, and it's in the spiritual realm. So if I say I'm putting spirit or the energy of the plant into alcohol, which is a spirit, then I'm breathing. Breath is spirit, is alcohol. Should everyone drink alcohol? No. But small amounts of it is probably a good idea for most people. Why do you think people use alcohol as a substrate to get other elements into the body? Look at anybody that is into homeopathy or any of the other things. They use alcohol or vinegar, different chemical equations. Vinegar is acidic, and we get a bunch of different things here. But it's extracting the elemental of whatever plant substance and holds it into the substrate, kind of like around a wire. You have to put the rubber plasticky thing, you know, the casing, to hold the energy in. Or you have water that can hold memory and hold energy in it. The vodka or spirit, you know, the element of what you'd call alcohol is containing spirits inside of it. Is why gin or a genie is a spirit. And if you look at gin, it has somewhere between 7 and 20 different elements, which are spirits themselves. Go drink vodka and see how you interact with the world after drinking vodka, and then go drink gin and see how goofy you are. It's proof. Stan, yeah, too much mercury will make you crazy, just like too much alcohol will make you crazy, just like too much bacon will make you crazy in a different direction. And I don't think it was the mercury, Stan, can you double check that for me if you want? I don't think it was mercury in the hatting business. It was a chemical. I don't think that was what it was. The Mad Hatter was crazy for a different reason. It had nothing to do with mercury. I'm pretty sure of that. I wouldn't gamble on it against your knowledge, but I think I would have remembered that. But I think it's a specific substance they were using. Nonetheless, mercury is I think for as far as I can tell, like the wings of Mercury, it's the male and the female. To me it's the most dynamic substance that we can find, because it's a metal that exists in this realm. It's the closest thing to water, but being like the silver surfer, the silver cord, the quicksilver, the quacksilver. Mercury and silver are very, very similar. The difference with mercury is it still maintains its liquidness. True stories, of course. That's what I'm here for. And I will remind people 3 hours into this insanity of the Mad Hatter, because I'm wearing a mad hat. It's not even mad. If you want to, feel free. I don't have lots of the cheese, the cheddar, the bio-survival tokens, the units that allow me to purchase things and to pay for roof, clothes, alcohol, and this phone, most importantly. The only thing I really need is the phone to work so I can talk to you guys. I like alcohol. It's nice. And I like to have a roof over my head. Everything else is kind of secondary. So if you want to, you can donate. If you're rich or poor, it doesn't matter. Percentage of your income doesn't matter. Even if it's a quarter from your couch, you want to. Cash App or PayPal or Venmo is in the description box. And if you ever have anything to ask me because your butthole hurts, or you're sweating and it stinks real bad, or maybe something you just don't want to talk about online, hit me up, TheoLuminous, TheoLuminous @gmail.com. And I say these really fast because you can just look in the description box or rewind it and listen again. That's the magic of this stuff. But feel free, donate. I appreciate it. It helps me out. This is what I do for, I don't know if it's a living, but it's something I do. And this is why I make long shows and talk to people. Because hopefully it gets me enough tokens to live a decent life. Hey, you know what's funny about that, Stan? Is one of my first emails I ever had was that cat in the hat. And interestingly about that, also being obviously a Gemini, Mercurian, and you see me wear hats a lot on here. Most of my life, I'm not a hat wearer. I have a lot of hats, and I do wear hats. But I've always, when I had short hair, I left my hair out. Even having long hair, until I let it get as long as it is right now, I prefer to put my hair up in a bun, in a little top knot. I just wear hats because I just something to do. It's just something to put on my head it's easier than going and combing my hair and making my with a lot of hair. You have to do something to look. You can't just walk into public with this much hair that I have, and you look like a dope. You look like a bum. You look like like real goofy. So this is easier to just go, okay. I wake up and I want to go to the coffee shop. I'm not doing I'm going to take a shower, comb my hair out, dry it, put it into the thing so I look like a reasonable human being. Because if I just let my hair down without a hat, it's going to look chaotic. So I got to put the hat on. Oh man, what do I think about the Great Reset? Here, hit the button. You want to hit it? It's right there. It says reset right there. Oh, there it is. Boop. Reset. Oh, whatever. That's such a long story that I've already covered in this video a little bit, and I've covered it so many times. But let's just make it simple. If we're resetting the board on a game, okay. What are we gonna do about it? I'm not the one placing the pieces. Resetting it to what? We don't even know where it was set to begin with. Are we connecting to Ra and Set, setting the sun, the moon? I mean, where are we? The reset of who's doing it? Resetting it in what way? In a better way, for a different game? I mean, I don't. Certainly some profound and strange and amazing, awesome things are happening. But the only influence I have over that is my mentality for what I get out of it. That's the only part I can play. Hopefully it goes right for everybody. I'm rooting for humanity. I'm rooting for the human species. I'm rooting for mankind. I'm rooting for whatever the hell is going on to be, reset the board, make it fun for everybody. If you're playing Monopoly at the beginning, everybody's set perfectly the same, and then at the end of the game, someone's pissed. Are we playing Monopoly? Are we playing Monopole? Yeah. Because what happens at the beginning of the game? Everybody's excited, happy to play, and all of a sudden you didn't get the correct properties. You got cheated out of this. You landed in somebody else's hotel. And then the game fucking sucks for people. I mean, it's great for the winner, and the person that's first out hates it. The person that loses, they're like, well, good game. Yeah, you start with 4 people. Who comes in second place ain't so mad. Who's coming in third? Pissed. Loser. Oh, they hate it. Because they don't get to play in a game no more. But when we reset the board, what if we just play a different game? Is it a mental reset for people? Do people get to see the world as it really is? That's a reset too. There's a lot that goes into it. That's a very long talk. I'll do a reset on that. A reset on. I'll do a talk on the reset though. Super Champion, you anticipate a fall of Hannibal Lecter. Habitual liars. If that happens, which I'm all for, then really, like I don't look to the future that much and say that I've done anything that would inherit me anything good. I don't believe in karma the way that people do. I don't think I deserve a reward nor a punishment for anything, for that matter. But if I am, if it's habitual liars versus people that tend to live their life in a pretty honest and caring and helpful way, oh, I fucking win. And I'm not saying winning because I don't think there's a winning to the game, but I get the castles, I get all the cool shit. That's it. I get the money, I get the power, I get the bitches, I get all that shit. I would think so. But I don't really think that's how that functions. But it would be nice if but here again though. Let's just not. People that lie do it because there is a reward for it in this reality. People that are helpful and don't lie, they're not extremely well liked nor taken care of. Like to any great, they don't have a lot. They're not balling out. People that lie, there's a reward for doing such. You can see it everywhere. Reward to continue to keep a narrative going, even if it's false. And that's what we've been living in. People are rewarded for it. What do you think? They don't have no expectations of another life, which is a good thing. Because shouldn't you just live your best life now? But at what cost? They don't know. Yeah. Hey, instead of playing chess, play Chinese checkers. Instead of playing Chinese checkers, play Chinese checkers with chess pieces. Instead of playing Chinese checkers with chess pieces, play it on a 4-dimensional board. Instead of playing in a 4-dimensional board, play it in a swimming pool. I don't know. Like, try something new. And Stan, the Nuremberg trials of 2022, I don't buy it, my guy. Let me explain why. First of all, I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. I mean, I do want to say it. I just don't want to get my channel to be all, like, jammed up because you're going to hear it all wrong. Let me just say it this way. See if you can follow my logic here. The Civil War didn't happen the way you thought in any way. The world wars were nonsense, and it was just destroying buildings. The narrative that we're given on anything up to and including things that might have happened in certain countries during wars against a mindset and people probably either didn't happen, were much exaggerated, or happened in the opposite direction. So the resulting trials and tribulations were only presented to the public as if they really occurred and those people weren't actors too, to give them an idea of certain things. So I don't think that happens again. I think it happens again in the sense that, hold on one second. I'm going to go grab a little more ice. And I'm going to tell you how it happened and how it will happen again if it does. It's pretty simple. Okay, here's how it happens again. Is then it's another staged, acted out event to give people the perception. It's called PMS, Perception Management. Yeah. Perception Management. What did I used to say? I made a whole video on this, and I now forgot what I used the S as. But in the entirety is people's perception is what they'll continue to function based upon. Their perception is that's what happened, so here's how I'll act. And now there'll be another performed staged event of Nuremberg, just the same way as your boy Fauci and whoever this other jackass is playing the president of the United States. Are those people? Who cares? They're saying a lot of things. People just justify their position based upon a popular narrative. So if that happens again, like, are those people responsible? Are they assholes? Yes. But all in all, it's because who's responsible? The people paying attention to them and believing them on the TV and then going and doing the thing, right? Who's enacting and enforcing these things? Those people are responsible. Those people are way more responsible. The scientists and the people that are stabbing people, they're way more responsible than the politicians are. They're just suggesting something. They're just like the grand magicians. Are they that? Are they? They're just telling people something. It's your choice to believe it, and it's those people's choice to enforce it. Now, when the people enforce it, they're the ones responsible. It has nothing to do with what the Nuremberg trials were, and I get the idea. I do. Am I saying that these low-level magicians and puppets shouldn't be accountable? No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying nothing's going to happen to them, and they get reshuffled into a lower form of the deck. What up, Mark? What you doing, yo? Yeah. Let's see. Problem with Admiral. Well, so that's the point. Is again, everything is. There are layers to it. It doesn't mean one layer is on top of the other. You know, you've got natural order. We've got natural law. We have technological order. We have admiralty law. We have. So what jurisdiction? And now we're just using legalese terms, which is well below the defined law, the law of whatever God is. So then we have a secondary law system. Then we have legalese terminology. Then we have maritime and natural law supersedes maritime, nature's law. But then we have to understand that even nature's law has technological influence on it. And now I'm going a little deep on this, but God's law, whatever you think God is, whatever mind is, whatever you believe that is, that seems to hold precedence over everything else. And then secondarily, we get into subdivisions of law and legalese and water law. So if you say maritime, it's water law. Well, I don't live in the water, do I? So then you're a land-based creature. Or are you a creator? Because if you're a creature, then you're human. If you're a human, you're then we got to define words, redefine words, and we can use different dictionaries, and then realizing the different diction is not a definition. So what is a definition and what is a diction? Diction is the way that, and then I define it by, so it's a dictionary should be called the definitionary. Now I know I'm blasting out your mental, your mind frame, your ear holes, but like a definition is wildly different than a diction. So why do we call it a dictionary? So my dictionary is different than your dictionary. Doesn't mean that what I'm saying isn't correct. So if I speak Spanish, that's a different diction than English. But if I speak English, I could speak 20 kinds of English. So what is righteous? Depends on who's based on what. So my house, my law. Well, what's my house? This is my house. This is my home, or is it my domicile? Now we go into so much semantics, which semantics are the cause of confusion, which in the substrate of law is legalese, and legalese terms is maritime, and maritime is of one set of principles on the principalities of what the legalese of the sea is, or the law of the sea is not the law of, because it's a sea. The law of the sea is not the law of the land. And the law of the land isn't the law of the sky. And the law of the world isn't the law of the God. And the law of God is mentalism and mindset, which supersedes and trumps any other man-made, physical-based, water or otherwise law. Is that a breakdown enough? I would suggest that pirates were perhaps the correct ones. Pi and pyre means fire. So the fire beings, what wasn't theirs to begin with? The land was dominion of the people that were supposed to take care of it, and the people that tried to own it and subjugate others. The pirates, the fire people, with the wearing the patches with one eye to see things clearly, were the ones that would. And why are pirates the ones that are so demonized? And why are demons demonized? Considering demons are called daemons, which were your people that which were your beings that protected you from another realm to get you somewhere. And now they say your angels are, but your angels are just one singular angle. Demons were a actual entity of spiritual realm that protected you. And now we say angels are the top shit and demons are no good, and we've confused what the image, the language, and the reality was. You think demons don't protect you? you think angels are the only thing? They can protect you, but from a very small angle. And they can attack you from an angle too. It's just to say that angels and demons, what's the difference? Angels fell. They're fallen angels, still angels, yes. Demons rise. Demons didn't do everything wrong. Whatever your perception is completely skewed based upon language and what you consider virtuous. So your people say, "Oh, I'm virtuous." Well, what are your virtues? I don't care if you're virtuous. People say, "Oh, I'm God-fearing. I love God and God is my." Well, then who is your God? What do you believe? And so now we're left with belief systems. BS, bullshit. What is really going on here? Where do you who are your demons? Who are your angels? Who is your God? What's protecting you? What are you thinking? And what do you believe? And does your mind control this? Does your heart control it? Does your testicles control it? Does your body control it? Does your spiritual vessel control it? These are confusing conundrums for people because they consider nothing other than they have to just go, well, that's what I was told. Although, if we flip everything around, demons are on my team. Demons assist me. Does that make me Lucifer? Well, if it makes me Lucifer, would that make me Satan? Because they don't connect. It's not the same word. Does that make me the devil? Not the same word. Devil, Lucifer, and Satan, three different things. Do you not like light? Do you not like technology? Do you not like the morning sun? Do you not like the sun itself? Do you like the morning star? Do you like Luciferian constructs? But you connected to the wrong things? I'm not a Luciferian. I'm not a Christian, but I've been Christed. But Christ was the glowing ball of sunshine in the sky. So, is Christ not Lucifer? Is Christ not Lucifer? If the Son of Man, the sun in the sky, the glowing ball of light, the light bringer for the world, is the ball of light, the sun, which would you call Jesus, is Jesus also not completely, by definition, Lucifer, which is the light bringer? Jesus is the light bringer. So Jesus is Lucifer. I happen to be Zen, which is the Tao, which is everything. Which includes the darkness and the light. I am the darkness, I am the light. Oh, I think that was in the book that y'all read, right? Angel wings. It makes sense because it is sensible. It makes sense because it's fact. I can't speak anything but fact. It's reality. Super Champ, you like that? Oh, and we'll get to the languish. Yes. Also, for anybody that's curious, like they're going, Zen, you keep clearing your throat. Let me clear my throat, and they're like, it's because you're smoking something. No, if you have a buildup of a certain energy, you got hot and cold, wet and dry. Now, it's been wet. I'm gonna explain something to you. It's been wet and cold outside. Therefore, there's a buildup of wet and cold in my body, which is stagnation, wet and cold, which is phlegm in my body. It wasn't coming out of me. So what do? I smoke this hookah, which is fire, flame, hot and dry, and it dries out the phlegm and it heats up my body, and then I go and I express it and get it out of my body. I didn't spit, but I can swallow it and it will go through my it'll go through my stomach, hit the acids, go into my, through the bowels, belly, the bowel of hell, and then I'll remove it out of my body through my asshole. You know what I mean? Or, but which is also funny enough, it just like people that pick and eat boogers, or people eat shit, weird things. It's causing some sort of immunity to such processes. Because as soon as your body is aware of it, then it builds up your blood cells to go and fight off whatever war needs to be fought. But in the general sense, the four humors of the body are wet and dry and hot and cold. And it's hot, it's cold and wet out there, which has caused that on my body. So now I'm going to get phlegm out of my system, which is the buildup of what would cause most people thinking causing cancer. And again, hot is acid. Hot is acid. Dry, hot dries things. Wet and cold is alkalinic. Now, if I'm hot and dry, my desire is cold and wet. So I want something alkalinic. I'm not shitting on alkalinic ideas by any means. I'm just saying that if I was hot and dry, I'm in the sun all day, what is my feeling? Jump in the water. Wet, cold, hot, dry, sun, pulls, hot, dry, wet, cold. I counterbalance it and I add that to my system. See how it works? Junie, what did I hold on, he said there's no neglect in the usage of my language. What did I say that prompted such response retort? Wait, I don't like that one. I hit the wrong button here. This one's fun. Is this cool? Okay. Oh, hey, Junie. The funny thing about my use of language is sometimes I'm very acutely aware of words, and I'll slow down slightly to reproduce different sounds and ideas that I have. And other times I just talk through things because other people haven't heard me before. And so I'll just say similar things, similar tone, quality, etc., etc. And I have recently not read too many new books or explored new words in the source and tried to find new words because I just thought it would it would encourage me to talk more words that people are like, oh, you're using 25-cent words. You're being, I can't understand. I can't relate to your ideas. It's not, I don't talk down to people, but I like to use common language, common heritage usage of how people speak. And if I upgraded a few words, it might become a little confusing to people. Even though I have a bunch stuck here, if I just slowed down just slightly, you could speed it up later and let's do it 1.25, and I could use a bunch of new words I know. But I specifically try not to increase my vocabulary and cognition of what those words are and how to use them, because it's more fun to just play around with words. I might be wrong sometimes because I remember this word that I heard one time when I was 10 years old, or yesterday somebody said something wrong and I said something stupid, and we're arguing about usage of language and should I use that word today? Oh shit. So 3 hours and 22 minutes in, I started a dialogue with myself because I'm talking to no one as far as I know. I'm just staring at a camera here, responding to people. So apparently I said something that was hilarious for 10 minutes. Yes, that is a major thing. That here's why that works. Because if you're looking at something, your mind, which works in images, is connected very heavily to your eyeballs. Right? So you're imaging something. Now, if I'm reading a page, my image in my mind is of the words on the page. Therefore, I'm going to not be able to see the picture that's being painted because I'm seeing the words. Now, if I put a blindfold on or just don't see and just listen, my ears have no barrier for the octave which my eyes are ingesting. That way a story is wildly more important than the image, because the image will be produced in your mind. So the story, the sounds allow you to put the image in there. So when people say reading is more important than watching a movie, isn't quite correct, because reading is lower level than hearing. If you hear a story, you get all the inflection and all the ideas without the use of your eyes to do the searching for the words, then to process the words into an image, and then and maybe you don't know the word, but I can, or someone that's a storyteller can tell you the word and go, oh, you might not know the word, and then explain the image of the word, and you don't have to use your eyes to do it. So you've shut off one of your senses. You've shut your mouth off because you don't have to speak. You don't have to smell, and you don't have to see. All you're doing is hearing, and then by hearing something, your mind, which is unraveling or computing whatever you're hearing, it becomes an image. But if you are using your eyes, you already see an image. Therefore, this is why it was said that this is why they confuse you on learning to read. They said people were ignorant that couldn't read. No, the people that learned to read were abused by what they saw, because they weren't seeing the real thing. They were seeing a fallacy. They were seeing a facsimile, black and white. Yeah, white piece of paper, black ink. They're seeing a facsimile of the image that was real, and so they read it, and they read it wrong, because their eyes got in the way of the image that was already supposed to be there. If you were just to listen, then you can't see the words. You can already hear it. And then your mind produces the image. Do you see what I'm saying? The eyes see the image, therefore you see the words on the page. You don't see the image. Just listening to me, you can see the image. Frog, you just seen it. Taste an orange. You know the flavor now. If you looked at a book and it said frog and it said taste an orange, you'd have it wouldn't come clear to you, because you're reading it because your eyes have influenced the image that's going on in your brain. And there's only certain people that can adapt their tongue to the image in their mind and the words that there's. I take things in through these portals: my ears, my eyes, and my nose. I have 6 portals that are influences, and my mouth goes outward. Most people have 9 holes, 7 that you know of. 2 in your ear, 2 in your eyes, 2 in your nostrils, and 1 in the mouth. They're called inlets. The reason I eat so infrequently is the mouth was not supposed to be for the ingestion of gross material, but an expression point for reality. In the beginning, there was the word. The sound is cymatics, and it creates images, and it creates reality, and it creates tangible things. It's why your mother can go, and she could say these beautiful things, and it will calm and quell the baby. The sound was creating the reality. So you have 6 portals inside and 1 going out, and people start shoving things into their mouth, which were connected to the throat, which is called the trumpet of God. And there's a connection to that, and why there's on a trumpet 3 things that you can play with your fingers. You know those 3 fingers you put on the trumpet? You have 3 of those in your throat. So this was for speaking. Your mouth was. The teeth weren't to chew things. They were there to collect energy through, how to explain this a little further so people, how am I going too far with this? I suspect not. Your mouth was supposed to be speaking. You can't speak out of your ears. You can't speak out of your eyes, and you can't speak out of your nose. I can breathe in and out of my nose. I can let sunlight and images come into my eyes, and then I can also produce them in images out in front of me. We've all done this. You know what I'm saying? There's the mouth just seems to be connected to the lungs, which food is not supposed to go into. But then there's another thing, just in case you make a mistake and, jam something down your throat. How is it that sometimes you get something to go down the wrong pipe? When you breathe, it doesn't go down the wrong pipe. It goes where it goes. When you see, it goes where it's supposed to go. When you hear, it goes right where it's supposed to go. When you take a dump, it goes where it's supposed to go. When you piss, those are the 2 other holes. You got 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, just like a golf course. But these 2 other holes, they do what they're going to do. And that's what it is. But your mouth, you could make a mistake and shove something in it. The only thing that seems that it should go in the mouth is breath. Sometimes mouth breathers, but we make fun of mouth breathers. You should be breathing in your nose and out of your mouth. Seems like maybe liquid. The chewing on things is fun, but liquid seems to be our next level of reality, because when you're born, you don't have teeth to chew on things. See the logic here? If you're born exactly as you should be, and if you can't chew, then you shouldn't be able to chew. So through the use of ingesting, breathing, and liquid, milk substance, that allows you to do everything else you do. And nowhere in there does it seem like you should be ingesting physical object. That's a secondary thing that you're allowed to do, and you can if you want. But when they tell you to, if you're going to ingest something, to If you have liquid, you should chew it. And if you have solids, you should chew it to the point that is a liquid. Hey, what up, DJ Cloud? You guess the nose? Well, the nose knows gnosis. Here's why. Simple concept. When you breathe, it goes to your brain. Your ears don't go directly. Your eyes, they cross, right? And the only direct correlation to your brain is through the nose. Your brain knows. So your nose knows gnosis, so knowledge. So when you smell something, I could say I can smell you. It's why aroma is connected to someone's aura, their aura and their aroma. See the aroma, and because it goes directly to your brain, it's connected. This you have to go through a substation. This you have to go through a substation. This you have to go through a substation. The nose, the reason it's in the middle of your face, it's the most centered thing on your body. It's balanced and centered. It's your nose. Your ears are way out here. Keeps you balanced. Your eyes are up here, looking upwards. Your mouth collects things from lower realms and can spit out things, right? Your body is a holographic representation. My hands are connected to the way my face is, connected to my body, connected to my feet, and it's a representation, holographic matrix of my entire body. This is why in acupuncture, pressure point therapy, there's your eyeballs, there's your ears, there's your stomach. Here, they're connected. It connects us through your. You call them any words you want. I don't want to use all the fun little words they use in different trainings and languages, but certainly is that not how your body functions? Your nose is already connected. It's directly to your brain. You know more from smelling. Smelling something is connected to memory. Memory, the strongest form of memory that you'll ever hold is not through sight, it's not through sound, it's not through touch, it's through smell. You can connect an entire book through smell. If I were to read a book and smell a specific aroma, and as I'm reading the book, I keep smelling this, and then I go back to smelling this aroma that I smelt while I was reading that book, I could unlock the entire book. This is certainly fact. Not a lot of people know this. If you remember, you're in you're taking medical classes. You want to take your LSATs and all this bullshit. Whatever you're doing, you want to ace your test. Through the year while you're studying, have one aroma. It has to be specific. Go mix a couple smells together, and as you're studying, smell it. That will lock it into your aura, your aroma, which is connected directly to your brain, and it's a storehouse for knowledge. Then you want to go take the test, take that smell out and smell it. And all of those memories will be unlocked as visions, and you'll know everything that you knew from smelling it. Seeing it, because it's not connected through your vision directly to your brain nor through your ears. You have to process it. You have to think about what you heard. You have to think about what you saw. You have to consider what you've tasted. But when you smell shit, you smelled shit. No thought required, because it goes directly to your brain. When you smell a flower, you don't have to think about, was that a beautiful smell? It can't lie to you. Your nose can't lie to you. Nose knows gnosis. DJ Cloud, do my guides come in the form of numbers? I used to grow up on numbers. I was very... I was very mathematically adept. I wasn't good at language. I didn't like music. I didn't like art. I wasn't, language was bullshit to me. And I could do math and science and engineering, and it all made sense to me. I was very equipped. Then at some point, music and art and language became very profound to me. Not that math has escaped me, because I know its uses and I know its values. But to this day, like, yeah, I've done some crazy, I've seen enough crazy things where I'll walk down the street and a car will drive by and its license plate will be 111, and then I'll look over and this chick will have a backpack that says 222 on it, and then I'll go in the grocery store and the first product I looked at is $3.33. Like, yeah, I get it. But no, I don't, in the spiritual realm of guides, I don't know. Not really. Like, those numbers happen, but it happens a number of different ways. TJ Cloud, in terms of memory. DJ Cloud, I can verifiably, absolutely, without question, scientifically, in every way, explain to you, as I already did. But furthermore, smell is the most potent of all of the senses. It's not even close. Texture, I can prove it to you. I can prove something to you. The smell of. Do you remember this? Do you remember the feel of your mother's skirt when you were 3 years old? And if somebody gave you the same exact feel of that, you touch a titty, you know what skin feels like. People's skin is different. You're not capable of reminding yourself what that is. But if there's a smell, that smell will prop up in your brain. This is one of the, like, non-arguable things that people change. They change the way they look. They change their voice patterns. But scent and aroma, like, what that aroma is. It's not going to change. This is one of the most. I don't have a lot of faith in in most scientific studies, because I think they're for a purpose. There's no purpose for people to study sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, texture. It's just textures and image are not more. I get why potency of sight, but let me give you an idea again. If you walked into a room and you were to look at if you were looking at my walls and these paintings and these things, you're not going to remember that. You can't remember all those images. And I could give you an image of this room that was close to the same, but not the same. Your mind would accept it as fact. But if I gave you the smell of tomato soup with this sugar, but then I gave you the smell of your grandmother's tomato soup with this other thing and whatever in it, and it was slightly different, you would know it right away. And this has been studied endlessly, and that's a fact. I don't like to use the word fact on anything, but like, yeah, like, you see, when you say you personally find textures and images, yeah, you find it to be that way, but you can't really say so, because that's your perception. But reality, time and time again, from people that study this kind of crazy shit, is like, I can't even remember a song. I can remember a melody. I can what were the words, but the image that is provided in my brain and in anyone else's, an image is not going to produce an image. A sound will produce an idea of something, and a taste is only reliant on the smell anyways, but the smell is a loci. It's literally this is what's used in the highest level of degrees of psychology and everything, that the smell of your grandfather, like right now, did you have somebody in your family that smoked Newports? Did you have a grandfather that smoked cigars? If you did, and I'm just using that as a cologne, you could probably image that person to a degree that touching a cigar or touching them could never do for you. Yeah. Hopefully that makes sense. Yeah, Junipers. There you go. Smell invokes memory. Memory, again, here, just DJ Cloud, one more thing. Memory comes from two words, mem and ori. Mem and ori are words that mean sound, light. So mem and ori. Maybe I'll see this. This is where I want to use a teachable moment, but I also get so involved in myself just talking through something. And I'm like, okay, it's Hebrew and and it's Latin for this, and we can go through the number 5, and So mem and ori mean water. Excuse me, water and light. And sometimes teachers will misdirect you and give you the wrong answer on purpose. Mem and ori mean water and light. Okay, so ori, you think it means water, or you think it means light? Do you know? Mem means water because there's the M. It's an ocean. It's up and down. Mem, and ori means light, oracle, like your eyes, you can see something. So, mem and ori, water and light, is influenced by the aroma or the aura, the original thing, which is, I'm going to go into aurochs and the original creatures, and I don't want to do all this. But, yeah, smell, the aroma of things invokes all other things. Because, let me give you another example. I know I'll get a little goofy with this shit, but it's fun for me. It's fun for you. Hopefully, if it's not, you tell me to fuck off. Your eyes, which, if you look at the monkey, what did the monkey do? He closed his eyes. Say, I see no evil. Then he says, I hear no evil. And then I speak no evil. So he closed off these senses, but he did not close off his nose. Do you think you think something that is such a burp got in the building? Got it. Do you think something that's been held on to for so long in common memory that we say, I say, hey, what do the 3 monkeys do? And you say, hear no evil, see no evil, and speak no evil. Their nose is always left open. But why? How did the classic standard for our observation of reality include 3 monkeys that did those 3 things that didn't include smelling something? I can smell evil well before I can hear it or see it or speak of it or taste it. I can smell your motherfucking ass from a while away. I could think, oh, maybe you're wearing a mask, or maybe you said something that I didn't like. But literally, if I smell you, I know what the fuck you're made of. It's the aroma. It's the aura. This is why they showed you the monkeys that did that. Because the highest organ, the highest sense is smell, without question. How can I be so sure on everything? Oh, I'm not sure on everything. I'm just sure on what I'm sure of. Oh, you know what's funny? Divine. I did a me and Awaken Brave talked one time. It was funny. It was right around the time that him and Mayan chatted, and it was one of the only videos that I was just like, I like him. He's a cool cat. I did my best to, just allow him to speak. It was the weirdest thing because he asked me to do a show with him and do an interview of me, and he talked more than me. I was like, motherfucker, I thought you want me to talk. No, I like him. He's a cool cat. He just has a lot of ideas. No, he's a cool dude. I haven't talked to him in a while. Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully he's well. How is he? Where is he living? Is he still doing the life in, where the hell was he last time? I don't know. Did a lot of substances, and he always had a bunch of different channels. He was funny to me. I liked him. Yeah. Oh yeah, no. He's hardcore. No. I'm telling you, yeah. Oh, I didn't know he changed his name to Louis Cypher. That's cool. Oh, so Louis Cypher. Oh, that's hilarious. Good. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, he was a monster. He was and in the best way, using the word monster. Let me go fill my glass up again. Well, because he worked for, like, he was government dude, but he was unlocking himself from programming and doing a lot of substances and getting away from the programming. But he was a strong motherfucker, mentally, physically. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He's got. Hey, I'm gonna come back. And we'll switch subjects a little bit, but we'll continue on the. Oh no. He's got. Yeah, there's a few people I know that they're. It's better to wear your anger on your sleeve than to let it eat you up inside. There's a lot of people like that. Like, anger will kill you. As long as you let it out, no matter what it is, that's healing. It's a healing mechanism. It's like if you were poisoned for your entire life, the only way you can get rid of the poison is to you have to alleviate yourself from it. You can either transmute it and turn it into power, which he has done plenty, or to just let it out of your system. I can only imagine some people. Let me go stack this cup up with some beverage. He's making music. Yeah, he plays the guitar. I know that. Oh, here you go. I know y'all can hear me because, well, there you are. You know who I want to Awaken Brave to have a conversation with? And I have to go do something in a second, though. For me, for my money, him having a conversation with Joe Rogan would be fucking hilarious. In the best ways. It'd be the most mind-expanding thing ever. Like, you know how people become who they are, popularity-wise, for different reasons, you know? Awaken Brave and Joe Rogan would be a fucking amazing show. And I wish I knew somebody that could get in Joe's ear, and for no other reason than I just think it would be a fair assessment of things that I, you know. mental, physical, and all the realms and planes and influences and such. I think that would be a really amazing broadcast. Divine, he ain't mad. He's passionate, but he still has it. He still has his training. He still has break something. I ain't saying he's mad at anybody, but I'm saying there's mad in him. I mean, gentle, yes, he's a kind person. I fucking like him. I wouldn't be scared of him per se. I wouldn't be scared of his mad or his anger. I don't really care. I don't care about people's happiness. I'm scared of happy people. I think they're too happy. I think happy people are dangerous. But yeah, he's great. I like him. That's my point. And so again, I want to get back to this. Joe Rogan and him should do a show. Like Joe's like, who the fuck is this guy? I'm like, well, that's, to me, that's that would be his equal in the sense of, you know, I'd like to see them go a couple of rounds, because I think that'd be interesting, because Joe thinks he can whoop anybody's ass. I mean, he's got that midget complex, but also he's a powerful motherfucker. The name of his podcast is The Powerful Joe Rogan. And he's intelligent, and he's done enough drugs, and he's wide open, but he's influenced by a few things that are, really fucking his mind up. Like, obviously, he still thinks people went to the moon or some shit, but that's not influence of money, and, he's taking care of his family, so I get it, but I'd like to see those two. Yeah, power driven. Yeah. I mean, that's maybe why I wouldn't be a good match for people to go on to any kind of, like, I'm not that important, but mentally they'd have to bow down to me. It's not. You gonna argue with me? The only way somebody's gonna beat me in a, and here's the thing is, I don't even use any of the classically trained bullshit. If there's schooling you can go to for this. If you want to win an argument, how to do it. There's a way of doing it. Have you ever seen your boy Ben Shapiro? He's normally right. Have you ever seen your boy Jordan? Have you ever seen your boy? There's all sorts of people that they're trained in the art of argument to win a debate. So you seem like you're on the uptick and the better side. Easy to do. I don't do that. I'm either in the situation where I don't know something, and I want to learn it, and I think it's interesting. I don't mind being wrong, but I won't speak it if I'm wrong. If I know something, I'm going to tell you that that's what it is. Like, I'm not going to argue. Like, I'm not going to go on to some show and argue with someone about how to fight some fake ass thing that's going on, and you got to stick some horse manure in you because it's. And then I'm going to go through all of where it came from and why, like, you can't. The whole theory is wrong, and we're gonna go and find out what I don't like arguing with people. I argue with people a lot, but I don't like. Here's the thing: it's like I'm not arguing. Let me rephrase this. People argue with me a lot. Let me really put this forward. People argue with me a lot, but I'm like, well, how are you arguing with me when this is actuality, fact, and real? If I don't know something, I'll say, hey, this is funny. Let's have a debate. Let's try to figure something out, because I want to learn something. I don't speak about something unless I'm sure of it. You know why? Because I don't want to give someone, if someone says, hey, I'm sick and I have a problem, can you tell me how to fix this? You know what? I don't want to hurt that person. I think that's fucking terrible and evil. And if I don't know something, somebody's like, hey, I have a problem with a cough, and I'm like, hey, go drink a bunch of drink a malt liquor and snort some cocaine. That's not a good idea, right? Or let's be a little more specific. If I knew that mint was going to open up your lungs, and I knew that hot sauce might do something to clean up your blood, and I knew certain things that have a disadvantage, I would say, hey, if I don't know something, let me double check on this, and if I know something, do that, because that's going to help you. But I'm not going to give you bad advice, and so I don't. And also, I don't like looking like an idiot. I don't like being wrong. I don't care if I have 100 people telling me I'm wrong. If in reality I say, hey, if you bend this way, and add this to this, and this is what will turn out, just because they don't agree with it, I don't give a shit. You're arguing with yourself. So I don't really argue with people. They argue with me. So for a lot of people, I'm going to sit there and think I'm stupid. It doesn't matter to me. I'm righteous. I don't care about being right or wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm happy with it. Teach me. Show me. It's like when people argue about certain things, and I'm just like, well, then show me. Show me. Show me where I'm wrong here. People are like, well, this person is eating this food, and this person's doing that, and this person's like, well, what are you doing? And show me how that works. Show me. Like, oh, well, I read a scientific study. I'm like, I don't give a shit about your scientific study. It's trash. Explain to me a comedian. What's his name? Burns. Lived to 105, smoking cigars every day. George Burns. People's like, tobacco, cigars, eating, having sex, all this, it'll kill you. Why the fuck that dude lives 105, doing the most disgusting things in life, and your dumbass wanted to be a vegan, and you look like a decayed piece of shit at 60 and you dead? Show me. I can't. I listen to too many people that talk. I got time for your incoherent statements of ineptitude, and you disintegrate people's ability to be better by just saying shit that you think you believe that you can't prove for shit. It's like people that want to fight after they lose at something, because they talked all the shit, but they're not that good. DJ Cloud, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's move on from that, because I hopefully he's doing well. I got nothing but good things to say about the dude. I've talked to him once. If you ever want to watch me talk to somebody where I just had to, like, because I'm gonna talk. Here's the thing is, I've had to. People are always like, why don't you do a show with so and so? I'm like, because that person's a talkative motherfucker, and so am I. There's no show gonna be had, and sometimes, if it's long enough and there's enough people, then you can all divide up your conversation. I could sit in a room with anybody and have a conversation, but always you have a bunch of strange, curious, absurd people with different thoughts and ideas, and they're all mouthy about it. Hey, then times that I've been in those type of situations, what I do? I just sit there and I go, and they go, well, why aren't you talking? Well, you don't have anything to say? And I'm just like, oh, I'm observing. I'm just like, oh, but is something wrong? No. There's no good way with people that have way too much to say, that have an ego about them. I just don't have that. I don't need to say anything. I don't need to be right. I don't need to be wrong. I don't give a shit. Fucking blow my brains out. I don't give a fuck. I'll be back tomorrow. Deal with the spiritual realm. Deal with the spiritual Zen. Then you don't need the physical one. It's kind of like whenever you step on a what are they called? Stink bug, or one of those spiders that have like all the babies inside. It's like, okay, you can kill the man, but you can't kill the idea. You kill the parent, then you got 20 kids out there trying to kill you. I don't give a shit. I'm not a physical being. Yes, I like physicality. I'm here. but I give two shits. It's all a gloriously humorous joke at this point to me, anyways. You ever look at people that are doing things on big scales, and you're like, that person is not smart, they're not funny, they're inglorious, they're pathetic, and you're just like, and is it you're jealous, or is it just the fact that you're like, how the hell are they influencing people? I'm in the how the hell are they influencing people? I don't really care about jackasses doing big things. Have your cars, get laid, have the time of your life. I think everyone should enjoy it. I'm not against any of that. It's just the fact that they're influencing people to act such a fool, to think that that will garner the attention and goodness, when in reality, like, where's all the people that are really doing the good shit that is healthy and, helping people? They're not out there in pop culture. That's the only thing. That's the only dilemma I have. I don't give a shit that there's these silly, terrible rapper guys and pop music and actors and whatever. There's terrible ones and there's good ones. They just happen to be there. And you're like, oh my gosh, they got to make a movie. They're so cool. Like, no, they just happen to be good at acting that one thing out. I was thinking about this the other day. I was watching a movie, and it was I forget who it was in the movie, and I was like, that dude plays the same character every time, and I was like, is he a cool person? He seems cool, but not multidimensional, not as an actor. And I was like, probably not as a human either, because if you're not a good human, you're probably not a good actor. Well, I mean, good, But how do they continue to exist? Like, they just keep doing the same movie over and over again. Oh, you're gonna fit this part. You're fitting this perfect, and keep doing that. Okay, that's great, but advance your the way you are. I don't fucking know. But am I mad at them? No. I'm glad they're enjoying their cool cars and busting down bad bitches. I don't give a fuck. I just think, as a larger reality, that wouldn't it be better that some people are trying to, instead of spread mental disorders, spread wisdom and love, and they're not really popular. That's all. Hey DJ, no shit. Hey DJ, do you want to know something we have in common? Anybody here want to tell DJ what we have in common? Cynical, judgmental. Yeah, you gotta have some cynical, judgmental qualities of you, because you're not gonna live without being cynical towards shit. You have to have judgment. My judgment is, I like overcooked broccoli, and I do not like thin crust pizza from the corner store over here. I just don't. You know what I mean? You gotta judge those things. It's just, you're qualifying them. You gotta have that. Yes. Birth name is the same. All right, check it out. I'm going to. Hey, there's apparently 18 people here. Hello, welcome. This is strange to me that there are so many people here. That on my backup channel too. That's really cool. It's good to see you guys. Glad you showed up. I don't know who the hell you are, but if you want to, feel free to involve yourself in the conversation. You could ask anything. It could be the strangest, dumbest shit. You could ask about my bowel movements. You could ask about what I'm going to do right now. You could ask where I live. I'll show you what I don't know. What do you need to know? So don't feel like you can't involve yourself. I know I'm fucking way cooler than most people, but you can't talk to Who's your favorite? Like Johnny Depp or some shit? He seems like a crazy fucker. You don't get to that point in life and have that many life experiences and not be pretty awesome. You know? Much people want to shit on him and Tom Selleck, or not Tom Selleck, Tom fucking Cruise. Yeah. Who the fuck cares? You know? Stop being icon based. Stop having idol worship. You don't like being DJ. I don't like being bitter and cynical and judgy. And I hate feeling but it's like, well, the biggest thing I can explain to people is don't dislike feeling that way. It's the same as disliking feeling depressed. When you're depressed, you have to immerse yourself in being depressed. The people that you see, the people you interact with, your friends even. Like, you don't see them every day all the time. You don't see them when they're taking a shit and cooking their meal and dropping shit on the floor and wiping their ass and jerking off and, smelling their own farts. You don't see that. You know in the back of the mind it exists. But you're not involving yourself in the people that seem so important, that are having the best time ever, because they're having bad times too. But the important part of that is you have to immerse yourself in being, I'm having a bad day. I am jealous of that. I would like that. Why do they have that and I don't? I'm depressed. If you don't, then you don't feel that part of it. If you don't feel depressed and you don't feel jealous, then you're not going to feel the opposite of that. Whatever it is, the opposing energy. Like, if you have something, it's because if you have something nice, it's because you didn't have it before. And you can appreciate the niceties that you have. And then when you don't have something, you can appreciate the lack of something. But if you just go, oh, I don't like not having something, that's not understanding that not liking having something and immersing yourself in that feeling, like going, oh, I'm depressed about this, I don't have happiness, is the only reason you have that is because you have been happy and there is happiness. So be unhappy, be depressed, and just go, yeah. Because in a second, as long as I fully feel how it is to be depressed, then you go, well, fuck, isn't this nice? I'm not depressed right now. The more you do that, the quicker you can change the states of your own being and consciousness. Like, the quicker you can just say, well, fuck it. Hey, well, fuck it right now. I'm going to go spark myself another hookah because that's what the fuck I want to do. It's a pleasure to see everybody. 4 hours of this dynamic maniac that is me. And there you are. And I'm only me because everyone is here. You know what I mean? If you guys didn't ask me questions, I wouldn't have any answers. I'm going to be sitting here talking to the fucking wall. I can do that. I can do that by myself. What do they say? I can do bad on my own? I could do anything on my own. Hey, Divine, what? Juniperus, why are you deleting yourself? What the hell? I will delete you if you want, Juniperus. I like you here, but your deleterous attitude is uncouth. Okay, 30 more seconds and I'll be back to entertain you. Imagine that, doing 4 hours at least and only needing a couple short breaks. If you're watching TV, you'd never get this. Oh my gosh, I just thought of the most strangest, bizarre dichotomy ever. I'm gonna try to break it down for you. This is a 400 level psychology. I'd say PhD. I'm gonna give you a PhD if you can figure this one out. You guys want to hear it? Here's the idea. So, most people simultaneously love real people, whatever realness is. I don't care what it is that you're saying and being. If you're real, you love it. But simultaneously, if someone's being shitty and being a fucking dick and being rude, you're like, that person's an asshole, I don't like them. But what if literally, which is most of the time, that's really how they are? So their realness of being like, that's really a shithead and a dickhead, shouldn't you love them simultaneously? I mean, like the whole idea to say, I love, like for me, I deal with this sometimes. This is a thing. Like, you know, I'm like, I want real, I want to go to the bar that is a dive bar. And I like the people there. I love them because they're real. They're very heartfelt. They're bearing their soul. They're right there in there. I'm not using anything to escape that. Beautiful. Now, there I can take just about anything from anyone, no matter what they say, no matter what happens. But other places, when somebody has a bad day, but if they respond in a negative like failure, you know, fuck you, you're an asshole way, like I as much as anybody, we dismiss them. They're being real. I get it. A lot of times people are just mimicking and repeating shit, but they're being real. They had a bad day, and you're like, what an asshole. How do you confront that dichotomous situation where the realness is sometimes people had a bad day and they're going to treat you like shit, versus being in a situation where people are is the difference, and I'm giving you a clue, is the difference. Like if I go somewhere that is a shitty bar, a shitty area, I have a complete expectation. I'm going to find a wide variety of people's the way that they are, that I accept it all. But if I go somewhere where my expectations are slightly deferred to, okay, I'm in somewhere where there's these people should have it all right. They make $150,000 a month, and they got this nice shit, and they act prestigious with a bad attitude. And my assumption is because they think they're better than, but in reality, it's because their mother hated them, their boyfriend just beat on them. There's they have too much to handle. They don't even know how to work a checkbook. Their high heels probably strained their ankles. They didn't know any better. No difference. They dealt with some bullshit. So that dialogue between your expectations for people to be real and for people to be like not shitty. Ha ha ha. Hey. Bitter. I'm scrolling back through your comments. You said bitter and cynical. Also, DJ, cynical is spelled with a C, not an S. It's CYN, not SYN. Although, whatever. Just let you know. But it's like you're forced to be. Yeah, but you can use bitter and cynical. The best comedians ever are bitter, cynical comedians. As long as you aren't like them behind the scenes, and you could just use that as fuel for your comedy, then stick with it. As long as you don't really like, I have bitter, cynical tendencies in my mindset, but I don't necessarily put them out there. I'll say things that are sharp and aggressive and rude and fuck with somebody. But do I really feel that way? No. As long as you know that you really don't feel that way, that you can understand and empathize. See, this is the tactic. Have an emotional response. Follow me here. Have an emotional response, which means a mental response, which is based upon your past. So you have an emotional response, which causes you cynical ideas, which will cause you to behave a certain way. But your feeling is, and your real being is, I don't really feel that way, and I hope them the best. And I don't really think that. If I had to think through this, logical progression and emotional feelings, we all been through some shit, and that's the way to be. But the best comedy comes out of just going, this fucking idiot over here, this fucking guy, this dumb bitch. Like, that's what you have to sit in that. You're not going to escape that. Even I don't care if you're Sadhguru. I don't care if you're Gandhi. I don't care if you're Martin Luther King. I don't care if you're... Their mind goes to the places that ours are going to. They just don't sit in that. They go, well, why is it? They literally have to go, why is it that they've become that way? They have to be the adult of everything. Comedians that are really good at processing emotional things are the ones that have the most fucked up childhoods. They have the most fucked up things going on in life. That they're doing it real time on stage. Like, well, I don't want people to be like that. Why do they? Oh, I dealt with this, so they must be dealing with this. And then let's make fun of that. Let's just squash it because it's funny, because it's happened to me, it's happened to you, it's happened to everybody. They're not like, fuck you, you piece of shit. That's the thing. You can't addict yourself to the emotional response. You have to allow that, talk through it, and have fun with it, but realize that's not really how you feel. Deleterous attitude. Juniperus, I love you. You're so funny. I'm a jack off of all trades and a master of nuns. Okay, let's just now that I know somebody is listening, DJ. Okay, you can't control life's happenings, but you can control how you respond to them. In this way, if you learn that sometimes you'll get an opportunity to, when someone aggresses at you, that you can go, then you can probably be a master of most things. But sometimes when people attack you, you can't negotiate. And then you need to go to primary modus operandi of, we're fucking shit up right now. But the idea of feelings is a sensual, immediate thing. Mental responses and emotions are tied to past events and future thoughts of outcomes. And those things, they're not there. They don't exist. So when someone, there's a happenstance. There's a There's somebody that's just talking shit. Okay, I've been punched in the face before. Most of the time, I've never punched anybody in the face first. So I've said some shit. They punch me in the face. So what is my immediate response? Luckily, I don't have that. Now I need to fight this person. I just laugh at it and go, I wonder what I said that affected that person so much. Which, now, I'm not saying it needs to be physical, but someone's gut reaction to your presence, to your words, to how you are, that has nothing to do with you. Nothing. And so if you get the, how do you respond? So everything is a tit for tat, respond. How do you respond to that? Do you have time to go through all of the play it out scenarios and things? You can just go, well, that person's a fucking weirdo. You can control how you respond to a point. Like, let's use it this way. Let's use John Wick. If someone killed your dog in front of you, if someone killed your dog and your wife in front of you, I don't know that you're going to overwhelm whatever you think the logical response would be, because the real emotional feeling, everything would overwhelm your entire system and say that needs to be deleted out of reality. If someone killed your dog and your wife in front of you, you don't think you'd do anything about it? Even if it took you 100 years? Even if you put that onto your children and they had to defeat the last warrior and all that. And that's a lot of the stories. That's a lot of how the movies are made. Because someone's kingdom, but the next king or queen was supposed to be, but they got, put out of the city because someone came and stole their castle. But this is my castle and I've come to reclaim it. My only thought is, if there's any thought there, then if you're so powerful, build a new castle. And build a castle so powerful that the other one, as Buckminster Fuller said, if there is a system in place, you don't destroy it. You build something so strong that the other castle, the other idea, the other empire, the other system becomes obsolete. Like, in my world, dumb people don't exist. Do you know how many people I hang out with on a daily basis? 0. Why? Too many dumb people walking around. So in my world, in my empire, people that are dumb don't exist. They are obsolete to me. If intelligent, good-looking, wise, sensual, these people that are, if they show up, they show up. That's what's allowed in my empire, in my reality, in my temple. Other than that, I ain't got time for it. I'd rather be by myself. So the response to someone killing my dog and my wife is, I'll build an empire so theirs will never exist again. If I kill their empire, then what am I going to have in return? Follow me here. If I kill their empire by destroying the king that killed my wife and dog, then their children are going to say they killed my father and have no comprehension that they killed my wife and dog. Right? So the only thing I could do is make sure they can't reproduce. How would I do that? I'd make my empire more powerful where theirs doesn't exist, and either they join the empire or they cease to exist. That would be the logical conclusion. I'd win every war that way. So, my empire is me. If you want to join, feel free. I ain't got to fight you over it. Stay away from me if you don't like it. Yeah, I mean, protecting your children is one thing. Destroying something in the sense of adversity towards your next generation. If something's like a white blood cell, there's some things coming here trying to destroy it. You'll kill that because the weaker one can't do it, so you do it. Right? That makes sense. But if it already killed that other white blood cell that was your child, and I'm not using white as any, I'm using jokes. If that gets killed off, well, then it was weak. Then how would I destroy the other? Because they can't destroy me. That's impossible. I'm the originator of this. So how would I build the game? I shift the board and let the thing slide off that shouldn't be there. If I kill everything, to put the board back together and play again. And I gotta play again. And I don't want to play that game. I'll just slide the board to the point that I'm controlling the game. So I don't want to play that game. Yeah. I can't do anything about bringing back, oh wait, put in chess and checkers. If I get the small piece across, then here's, but am I the small piece, or am I the one controlling the board? See, that's the point. If you control the board, fuck the pieces. If I control the board, I'll burn it. If I control the board, I'll make a new game out of it. I don't want to play games. I don't even play games. I hate games. I dropped out of school because of recess. I don't like games. I'm professional at this shit. That's the story. You said, yeah, I'd kickflip that shit, yo. Yeah. If I'm out there, I'm like, yo, do a kickflip, homie. But as Mama Bear, just to reiterate this idea, as a Mama Bear, you protect your children, protect your assets, protect your ideas as much as you can. But if they get squashed, you're gonna carry that forever. Then they were the weak ones, the weak ideas, the weak things. Yeah, it was yours, but it sucked. Sorry. It got destroyed. So what are you going to do? Are you going to use the V word? Vendetta? Vengeance? And victory? Vendettas, vengeance, and victory are weak words. W is two V's. It's like a Volkswagen. That's weak shit. Don't involve yourself in weak shit. So, if you lose a piece, you don't go. If you're playing chess and you lose the pawn, you're not trying to kill anything on the board because you lost a pawn. You don't go and like, if I defeat you, I'll get another pawn. What the fuck you want pawns for? Hanging around pawns is a weak-minded situation. If I'm gonna play chess against you, here's how we're playing. Go ahead and set your material up on the board, and you're gonna put your king, queen. You put your rooks out here. You're gonna come horses or knights, your bishops, and you can put pawns in front of it. I'll set my board up the way I want. Kings and queens, one king, queens everywhere. Win. I'm gonna put one king in the middle and queens everywhere. You cannot win the game. I'll put bishops everywhere. I don't care. I think I beat you that way. I'll put knights everywhere, definitely. There's probably some mathematical probability that with pawns and the rest you could probably beat a bishop or a knight game. Perhaps, but I don't think so. So let me set the board up. I'm putting one king and all queens. You lose every single time. I don't care. I could be the best chess player ever. I could give you never played before, and I give you queens. I don't know. It's gonna be a hard go at it. I'll set the board up the way I want. So play my game. You want to play the game? Then let's not play games. Let's be serious business. Ah, there we go. Divine, yeah, yeah. And I just watched a movie, and I think y'all should check it out. Do you guys Oh, there we go. There we go. Hey, DJ, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. That's why you ever see somebody that's at war in battle or something, and then somebody the colonel, the general, walks up and says, "This is not the time to cry over fallen soldiers, but to finish the fucking war." Now, I don't believe in like war of anything. I think it's weird, but whatever. The idea is continue the game, play it out. Let's do it because you can't bring them back. And he's being realist. A realist doesn't exist in the world too often. So if your food sucks and I don't want to eat it, that ain't my fault that it's sitting there decaying. If I throw it in the garbage, that's your fault, not mine. Have strong seed. So, my empire is built very simply. Me and queens everywhere. I don't care if it's a dude dressed up as a woman. I don't care if it's a woman that is a goddess. I don't care what it is. I'm the king, period. You're not going to touch me. And if you beat me, put the board back up. Let's play again. Because as is it's like you play a game enough times, you battle, you fight, you play sports. I don't know what you play. Like, I got my ass whooped plenty of times in every sport that I played, every game that I played. You have to. And you learn technique, and then you win. And whatever winning is, but then you keep playing. And as soon as you become a master at it, you try a new game. And you lose at that game too. If you're a master at something, you'll learn how to lose and try again. That is what it is. It takes trying again to become masterful at something. And here's the movie. Go watch Nobody. Go watch Nobody. You know it? Has anybody seen it yet? It is basically that movie where Neo is fighting all the Russians and his dog gets killed. I'm just playing around with the title of the movie. But does anybody see the John Wick? John Wick. It was remade with a comedian that made this movie so magical. I think it's one of the best movies ever made. I just seen it and I already want to see it again. It's called Nobody. Go watch it. Go watch it. If you want to come back to this channel, motherfuckers, go watch the movie called Nobody. It's on Netflix. I'm not giving you my account to go watch it for free. You could find it somewhere. Go find a friend. Go phone a friend. Go phone, go watch it. And it is really amazing. And now, if there's someone that I could meet in life, it's the star of that movie. Because it's so crazy that, and here's what I've always said, that actors cannot play comedians, but comedians can always be excellent actors. And this is one of the greatest movies, and whoever wrote it, directed it, fucking magical. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen. It usually, for me to put a movie anywhere in the top 20 is going to take a lot. Because I already got some pretty solid top 5. I got 10 that I could probably work out in a second or two. I'm putting this top 10. Nobody is easily scraped into number 9. And if I watch it again, it's going to get its way up to top 5. I'm pretty sure. It's that good. Oh, dude. You have no idea. I didn't look at. I don't watch trailers for movies because I figure I'm gonna be able to see the movie in my head. If you give me 5 minutes of movie, I'm gonna see 2 hours in my head, and I know how it's gonna work out. I specifically don't watch movie trailers. I'll watch a little piece just to give me a little hint. So it's like if you can cook and you tell me every element that's in the food you're gonna create, I get it. But if you're like, okay, here's one thing and one thing I'm gonna use, and I'm gonna do something tricky for you, I say cook it then. That's the way I am with movies. I can't stand watching trailers. Because remember, growing up, 30 seconds. Now we get 2-minute trailers. 2-minute trailers, that's the highlights of the movie. I don't fucking care about the rest of the movie. But yet, the rest of the movie is worth watching. Hey, DJ, DJ Cloud, what the fuck are you doing right now? You want to watch this right now? I'll put it on. You put it on. Let's go. Let's just watch it. It's that good. I wouldn't do it on because we're 5 hours in. Yeah, but fucking right now, I'll turn the shit on. Not like right now in the sense of like on here, but I'm saying I'm going. I'll. Yeah. Where's my remote goddamn control? It's that good. I'm not that impressed with movies because obviously. It's kind of like if I eat all the good food at all the good restaurants and I've met all the people and done all the shit, I can go, I'm not so impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed with this movie. It's inspirational. And I'll tell you, in the first 10 minutes of the movie, I was like, what the fuck is happening right now? And then there was a transition and then it was very... Oh, it's so good. Power of now? Okay. Hey, fuck it. Let's turn it on. Let's see. Remote can't control. Yeah, really. Like, let me explain this again. Do you know how you know how easy it is? You know when somebody says, I'm going to... They say, oh, they build something up, right? They're like, this is the best thing ever. I don't do this. I fucking hate when people do this. What I'm doing is something that I fucking hate. And I don't mean hate. I just mean I despise it. And by despise, I mean I don't appreciate it. And by not appreciating it, I mean... I think it's a little silly to do because of this one idea. You under-promise and over-deliver. So if I said it was a good movie, when you see it, you're going to holy fuck. Because I don't like to oversell something. This is not to do with salesmanship or an act or something. I'm just saying it is so good that I'm telling you it is so good. When I cook food, I'm happy to tell you it's amazing. You might not, it might not be your style. You might not like it. But this, I'm telling you, is far and away one of the best things I've seen in a long time. And it's like, you know when people say, oh, this is the best sushi restaurant ever. Like, fucking, no, it's not. Sushi is sushi if it's good. You got good, what you have is the shit that was delivered on Monday that you ate on Thursday that they were trying to throw out and it tastes like trash and they don't know what they're doing. And then you got the places that are like, that's good sushi. And then you got the places that, like I used to live in Indiana and I'll tell you this. I used to meet this dude. I used to hang out with this dude who owned this restaurant and we used to do sake bombs and one time he invites me back in the back room and there's like a full table and nobody speaks English. And I'm like, why is your sushi so good here? And he's telling me that in the middle of Indiana, he has a plane that flies in fresh fish every fucking day. You know what I mean? And I was like, where the fuck am I right now? And I'm telling you, this is great sushi. I'm saying this is flown in from, you know, Zanzibar, from Iceland, from the depths of the sea, of a quality movie that I think is better than John Wick. I think it's better than John Wick because it's more relatable. I don't build things up. I think it sucks because I know sometimes people aren't gonna like shit. But if you don't like this movie, if you don't think this movie is somehow fitting into your top upper echelon shit, and this is not like I'm gonna, you know, shine your fucking fingers and give you finger paint and say, oh, hopefully this is cool and you like your car and I sell you a car that you like. No, I'm telling you, this is a fucking supermodel of shit. This is the fucking thing. This is John Wick, Neo. This is all of your favorite shit wrapped into one and being accessible to going, holy fuck, what did I just watch? I mean, also, I just want to just throw it out there. I might have been drunk. I might be drunk. I might have been high. I might be an idiot. But it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I don't like to oversell things. And here I am. For the profound effect of overselling something. Which I don't think is overselling it. This is like trying to tell someone that a Kobe beef with the I mean, I don't even know how you'd cook this to make it not as good as it is. So it's on Netflix. I'm gonna put it up right now. Anybody want to join us? I'll just keep this on. There's a way we could do this and come together and we could all be on camera and we could laugh at it and cry at it. I don't think there's any crying scenes in there, but it's really, it's just so well done. We could watch this on a different thing, but then is anybody going to join us? Am I going to be here by myself just watching this movie? Or do you guys want to join? Netflix it is. And we're watching Nobody, which I think is a great title for so many reasons. And what's interesting to me, if I can throw this in here, is the guy is one of the funniest fucking comedians. And you know him as a comedian or you don't know him at all. And his acting chops, and I've never said the word chops, are fucking, like he's somebody that I'd like to hang out with. You know? He seems like a reasonable, intelligent, hilarious, loving person. Where is it at? Hopefully it's on here. Hey, give me a second. I'm going to go put some more ice in here because I've been too busy talking to you guys, not paying attention to my drink. Don't worry, we'll talk during this. And I'll say some really obtruse and absurd things in the intermin. Well, we could take breaks or whatever, but, you know, let me see. Holy shit. I might have fucked you guys up. Oh, I might have, you know what? Now, see, this would seem as though I might be selling you on getting Amazon Prime. Because I just think of every movie channel the same, okay? So, if it's on Amazon Prime or HBO Max or Netflix, it's all the same to me. I think it might be on Amazon. Give me a second. Fuck. Now, did I destroy the entire story because I didn't tell you how to find it? Let's see. Give me a second. Don't look at me like that. I can tell you motherfuckers are looking at me. I don't like it. I don't like it. You guys are sus. What does that even mean? Does it mean suspect? And like suspect to what? Being like a fag or something? I mean, I know y'all is a bunch of fags. And I don't mean fags, I mean like loose cigarettes because I'm from England. I do not live in the Americas. I live in England and I speak with an American accent because I'm just good at it. And an American accent, I mean, depends on what part of America you're from. Yes. There you go. It's on Amazon. It's on. Hey, you freaks, you fucks, you dimwits. I misinterpreted. It's on. It's well. You might have to pay for what? How did I get it for free yesterday? What the fuck? They gave it me for free? Okay, well, I have an idea. I think here's what happened. I think HBO ruined me completely. And I'm it appears as though I'm selling and watching a show not on Netflix, not on Prime, but HBO Max. It's over there. Damn it. Well, I don't know. It's all the same to me, man. Just you click the button and it's on there. You just type the button in. I don't know. Hey, the DJ. It's on HBO Max. Sorry about telling you the other one, but yeah. Look up if you can find it. It's on HBO Max. It's got to be right. Is this right? Why wouldn't it be right? This is terrible. How the hell did this happen? There it is. It's okay. There you go. It's on HBO Max. Netflix fucked up on this. Netflix fucked up bad. They could have probably taken this. I just don't think they pay enough. I think that's what it is. Why a lot of people don't do the Netflix thing because they're like, yeah, we'll put you on. We'll give you $100. But here it is. Nobody. HBO Max. Do it. And if you can't figure out how to do it, that's your damn fault. I don't know what to tell you. Hey, let me go piss real quick. I'll be back in a moment. What's up? You know what's always interesting to me? is through this entirety, the people that talk or text, and then and then the other people in the background. I just don't understand why they don't say hello. Like if I had a really big channel, completely understandable. If I had like 100,000 subs, and you could say what the fuck you want. Yeah, it might not get to me. But not a lot of people are here. You're allowed to say hello. Yeah. It'd make me feel a little more. Yeah, I don't know. It's not loved or something, but it's like appreciated for being here. All you gotta do is say hello. Oh, you got. Peace out, Junie. So what kind of snack you eat? You say are you eating like a 4-cheese pizza with the extra garlic? Are you eating the supreme, like beef supreme? What's up, Mark? What you doing, yo? Yeah, we're about to watch a movie. I think. Is this even right? How about this? I have an idea. Check this out. Okay, so this is 5 hours, and I want to be clear on this. I don't want to get my channel blocked or some bullshit because I play something and you might hear it in the background and then I get some sort of bots. How about this? I'm down to watch this movie and talk and bug out, but we have to do it on a different channel. Like we can't do it on here right now. And here's why: because it's gonna fuck my shit up. As soon as if I put any volume on here, it's gonna hear it and it's gonna be like algorithms and bullshit. So you guys, oh, you got the garlic mushroom, oh, and spinach, yeah, it's good shit. So I have an idea. Do the Zoomy shit, and then I can play it. We can all fuck around and chat, and if you guys want to like talk during the movie, or even have a conversation with me instead of like you type, you don't have to put your face in there. You want to do Zoom? You know how to do Zoom app? I'll open it up and you guys come through. We have a Zoom chat and we'll watch a movie. Yeah, like I'm down with that. If you guys are, because I at bare minimum, I cannot. I can't put it on here as I'm thinking about this because it will like I don't want to destroy this 5 hours because there's been so many good things that people will in the future listen to and like. Like I've already had so many channels, IG and this shut down, and I don't need this blocked for no good reason. So here's what I'll do. I'll give you my Zoom. That way I can play this, and on Zoom we don't have to fucking worry about it. You know what I'm saying? And you don't have to put your faces on. You don't have to say shit. It's the same thing, with the exception that I can just play in the fuck I want. And I'll tell you the easy way to access this. It'll be so simple. Is this okay? Yeah. Mark, come join. Just download the Zoom. If you don't have Zoom app, like what kind of fucking derelict are you? Yes, I use the word derelict. And what kind of non? Are you a non-consumer? You don't participate in society to any degree that you can't even involve yourself in the fruits of technology. You don't have a job at Google or all I'm saying is you just got to switch platforms. Fucking NP. No. Hey DJ. No. Mark is a real person. I've actually I've talked to him. If he I've talked to him and he's given me a few bucks and I appreciate him and I know not his life story, but I know something about him. So if it is an NPC, don't shit on the NPCs, but it's Mark. And yeah. Okay, cool. I mean, I get it. There are some shitheads and NPCs on here, but I really I would go with I'm gonna go with my instinct here. Mark is not. So you dumped Zune. Just hey Mark, just re-upload it. It's simple. Just re-upload it. And we'll bug out in there. And again, if you want to hit the record button for your face, you can. I'm just a guy. Hey, and that was a good movie too. The one that, what the hell's the name of it? The guy movie where he was in a video game, and with that really good looking asshole, who seems so funny. His name was Guy. It was called something like Guy something. That's a really good movie too. If you don't like that, it's a Ready Player One on top of without the dramatics of Westworld, but Ready Player One without the distinguished. It's kind of Ready Player One, but a little more cleaned up. Oh man, and the best thing ever is it burping, farting, or pissing? Why is burping, farting, and pissing so much of a thing? Like, if you take a shit, it's really like close to an orgasm. Also, sneezing is good. So it's all. Like when you fart, it's letting go of something. When you sneeze, it's letting go of something. You know? When you shit, when you piss, you're letting go of something. But they all have their properties. You piss 8 times or 50 times or 1 time in a day, but you might not shit. You know? It's a fraction. But when you shit, it's the most amazing thing. Would you give up shitting? Would you give up pissing? Would you want that one big orgasm or the mini orgasm? Like if you could have 5 mini orgasms in a day, pissing, sneezing, or do you want that one big like, oh my gosh, what a good release, shitting? What do you get rid of? Like I don't know. I think it's taste. Yeah. Are you a pisser or are you a shitter? Okay, cool. I think we got this under control. Are you guys ready? I'm gonna tell you the room, and then we'll go there, and then I'll start this this crazy show up, and we're gonna watch. Let's make a mess of life, huh? Because do you remember being a child? What you'd do is you'd finger paint and you'd make a mess of everything, and it was always enjoyable. I like when people when they become like this very pragmatic executive of executing the righteous, perfect way of doing something. They end up dying because they think they're too profoundly perfect in how things should be. That the net result is they die, and the people that were making a mess continue to live. So let's make a mess. I hope that makes sense to you. You know, you can't be. You have to be childlike, not childish. I mean, be childish, right? Yeah. So DJ, I'm gonna tell you this. Hey DJ, listen. Type this in and type it into here so that way anybody that's jumping on here can see it. So type in the meeting ID is 886-8208-5310. I'll say it again for you. 886-8208-5310. And the passcode is just ZEN. All lowercase, but I don't know if that matters. Zen. That's the passcode. That's where we're going to do this from. And as long as you type it in there so people can see it, because I can't do it, I'm using a phone and it doesn't let me. I would type it in, yeah? The meeting ID, did you get that? Okay, can you type in the meeting ID, which is 886-8208-5310. And the passcode is my name, Zen. And then we'll go and play around on here. And we will watch nobody. Which the only way to get that is, push some buttons on HBO Max, or if you got a friend, or if you know how to use the internet and find free shit, go for it. Okay, so DJ Cloud. DJ Cloud in the building. Now, I wonder if maybe I misinterpreted something, which would be hilarious as fuck. Can I tell you this? Because there is somebody named DJ Shadow, who is an amazing DJ, and there's somebody named DJ. You got Bill. I mean, I'm not gonna go through the whole litany, and I'm not going through the pernicious platitudes of pervasion into people's privacies. Yes, I did use a bunch of P words, and it didn't make any sense. That doesn't matter. But you might be somebody that is somebody, and that's always weird to me. Like, who the fuck are you, bro? What up, Caleb? What you doing? I was just saying everybody should come watch this movie. We're having movie fucking time. If there was an easier way to do this, where I could just push a fucking button, and we could be all in the same room, essentially, before I get this fucking airplane, helicopter, the speedboat, and all that shit. That'll be fine in the future. But right now, if you want to hang out, we gotta do it on here. Zen done. Yeah. All right, there you go. I didn't even jump in the room yet because I just wanted to tell you, come join. Bong bong, bitches. Here you go. Here you go, you fucks. How do I even do this? Ugh, Christ. You guys suck at this game. Hold on. Give me a second. What up, Cloud? What you doing? Can't hear you yet. Hold on. Let me try something here. Where's the? I have to do something with my camera on this other side over here. Fuck. Fucking shit, man. Come on. I mean, there's only certain people that on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock can get all jammed up with drunkenness because it's hilarious. And I'm gonna use this bottle of Finlandia to support my system. Okay, cool. There you are. Hey, what up, fucker? Hey, we're watching. It's not working. Must have downloaded the wrong thing. I'll catch you another time. Well, if you do, feel free to come through. I guess. TJ Cloud number 9. What are you doing? Let me get this in the correct respect. Are you over here? You're currently connecting to audio. We'll see. As soon as you get over here, then I'm gonna turn this shit off on the other channel. Hi guys. 5 fucking hours of this majestic unicorn that I am, and I'm not a unicorn. I don't even know what unicorn means anymore. Except that you should believe in unbelievable things. if I don't think crazy things every day and believe in unbelievable things, I'll never become a belief. The more people believe in unbelievable things, then eventually they will become that. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying, dog? Oh yeah, okay. So let me tell you how to do this. So hit your screen, hit the more button. It should be down in the right hand corner. Then you should have settings. I can see a picture of a sunset and whatever. I can see that on the side. Yeah. You should have to hit a button that gives you it should give you credence for audible, like not audible, like the just audibility, sound, words, statements, nothing at all. Yeah. Do it, you fucking geek. I don't think people understand how fucking ruthlessly crazy we are. When you're in charge of implementing change to the world, you have to exasperate ridiculous insanity and inane behavior. It doesn't mean that that I am that. It just means that to change your mind about something, I have to hit. It's like, let me give you an idea. I know this might be hard for people to understand, but I think it'll be easy. If you're on floor number 1, and I do the crazy thing like hit floor number 400, you have to go through all of the extra shit to get to floor. You didn't know 400 existed. So I say, hey, let's go hit a button on the elevator. And so you have to be the insane, crazy, strange, absurd, preposterous person that perturbs people's preferential positions in life, that they'll give up their priory. That's irrelevant to where we're going. You have to jump from this pond to the next. You can't just sit in the middle. You'll get there eventually. That's all. This is what I'm trying to get at. 5 hours and 15 minutes. Who the fuck does 5 hours in complete? Yeah. DJ Cloud. Here I have an idea. Do the software update. I don't know where we're. You can't hear me on Zoom. Let me try this out. My mute is off and my video is. Can you see me? Can you see me on Zoom? I'll make it easy. Maybe it's on your side of the computer. What I would do if I were you, download all the bullshit, like whatever you need to do. If you don't have, you can see me. Holy fuck, there I am. Okay, so my screen for this thing where you can hear me, my phone is up here and this shit is down here. Restart your entire phone or whatever your software is. Well, the software or hardware. Just turn your computer on and back off and on, or whatever the fuck that is. Don't make me say words right now. I think you can figure this out. You're either a tech geek, or if you're a DJ, you fuck. You're a DJ, so you know how technology works. I'll play some music for you. We'll do it. Scribble Scrabbles. You know DJ Scribble? You know DJ So what I'm saying is, if it's not working, you have to restart the software just so it can, and so I would just turn it off and turn it back on, the whole fucking thing. But here's what you need to do, because I can't keep all this shit going. It'll get Oh, okay. So here. So you're on. Check me out. Let's talk. So let's see if I can walk you through this like I'm some sort of goddamn engineer. I'm a software engineer and also a producer and also a fucking idiot. But hold on, hold on. Let me see. So you're right now. You can see me on this thing down here. That I'm talking to you over here, but you can't hear my voice. I have my Zoom chat on, and my mute is off. The video's on. Or excuse me, the video on the Zoom. Let's see. Let me double check. It could be on my side. I'm willing to accept that failure. So I can see that you're here. I can see that you're here. So you have a bunch of buttons, and I don't know what program. If you're using a phone, an Android versus using a PC versus using a, are you hearing me now? You understand what I'm saying to you up here? You'll have to hit a different button on your screen, and usually it hit the more button. And can you change where you see me? Am I in the big screen or are you the small screen? Hit the more button. Now I feel like I'm a tech dude right now. I don't do tech. Fuck. What did tech guys get paid an hour? Like $50 an hour? Shit, I'm worth like $100 an hour. I mean, that's even underpaying. That's for my friends. All right, so maybe go to meeting settings. Why is this so difficult? I think you're doing this on purpose. You're saying if I can figure out how to do this. Don't challenge me, you bastard. Okay, you can see me, and I can see that you're here. So, so you're on the program, yes? So you can see me, and I can see the little picture of you in the corner, which is, there's bright light, and there's something, and, you're there. So you have to hit the more button, or look to your left or right, and either the sound, which is, it'll say mute, and there should be a cross through it, hit the mute button, and it will unmute you. Is this gonna happen? So no, you hit hit the other one. Hit so you have stop video, and you have video. Oh, holy shit. This cocksucker might come through here. It's close, because you're making something happen on my screen. Oh my god. You're playing with the DJ diddles over here. Okay, so you made something happen. Whatever you hit, you ain't got the mute button? What are you using? What computer system? I could figure it out. We could sit here, and this could be a fun little game here. Imagine the end of the world. The only people that exist, are me and you. So how do we figure this out? I'm bear what? I'm gonna bear grills with you, and I'm gonna make you drink my piss. Wait, is that what he did? Okay. Here we go. So you have your screen open, and it says Zoom. Where does it say Zoom? You can hit the Zoom button, and it'll give you option. It will tell you where you are, so you're here. And then you have participants, and you have you have the capacity to share your video and your microphone. And if it's not, then you have to go to, I believe, this is my belief system. I don't fucking know, because I'm using Android. So Android works different than iPhone, which works different than. So you have to find. Here's a fun game. Find where the fuck this works. What the fuck? Okay, it says it's connected to audio. Say words, bitch. Let's go. It says it's connected to words. Now, I don't care. Okay, how about this? Just to prove something, you don't gotta put your dumb face on camera because I don't know what the fuck you look like. You might look like a disastrous disaster, but a disastrous would be like a moronic hemoglobin. I don't know. I can just say words right now. Can you change your so you've changed your audio even though I can't hear you. It still says your audio is off. I'm looking at a closer thing. Yeah, you gave me a different thing. Your audio is off. Cloud. Get fucking familiar. Come on, I'm from Baltimore. I'm from, get familiar, ho. Let's go. You can't figure this shit out? Ah. Okay. Okay, well, I mean, hey, so DJ, let's do it this way. I have an idea. Here's an idea because no one else cares, and we're just this is a learning. This is what in the teaching and educational community would be called a learning moment. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shut this shit off and reload it, and what you're gonna do is, you have obviously downloaded the software, right? And because I can already see it sort of here, and you might need to log in and reload it. So I'm gonna turn this shit off. You're gonna turn your shit off and just come back to my YouTube and say, Zen, what's up? And I'll give you a new fucking thing. Does that make sense? Because have you ever been, on your TV watching something and then it doesn't work or somewhere, and then all you do is reset it? So sometimes you got to reset the shit. I think that's what's happening. I think that your audio isn't coming through because the audio shit you downloaded, you ever get the thing that says reload it so it works? You know what I'm saying? Okay, here. Oh, wait, I think I heard you say something. Say words again. Holy shit, I hear you. Where are you at? Okay, here's. Wait, I think I heard you. Oh no, I only hear myself talking now. It's a reverb of my voice, which means it was on your side 2 seconds later. It's hearing the audio. This is getting good. Teaching moments, isn't it nice? It's like teaching a turkey how to do hopscotch. Okay, here you go. I'm gonna make it easy. Shut your shit down and then come right back to this screen here on the YouTubers. Right there. And then restart this and we'll I think that will load up the audio. I'm not going to explain to you how programs and hardware and software works, but the software might need to be reloaded. I think that's what it takes. No, there's a really great thing. It says no software is glitchy. It works the way it does. Oh shit. No, this is, hey my guy, it's happened before where people, all they had to do was get offline and come back on. So do this. You have the thing. Come back onto this channel on the YouTubes, and we'll restart a system called Zoom. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a master at this, but I'm pretty good. Okay, I'll see you. Turn down your computer. Turn it all down. Put your sheets up. Take a shit. Go eat some melons. Go fuck a bitch. Come back in a minute or two, and it'll be fun. Anyway we look at it, it'll be fun. So come back here in a second. Toodles. I think he'll fix it though. Let's see if we can do this again. Well, hello everybody else. You know what I like is it says there's a bunch of people in here, and you guys got to like fucking whack off in the background while we were trying to do something, and no one here provided any assistance, which means you're the kind of person to videotape something while someone's dying rather than go help them out, which is really shitty on your part, or in the best way, you didn't know how to help. You know, it's kind of fucking a tragic, and the funny story about how tragic it is like it's not gonna fuck my mentality up. You're gonna have to live the rest of your life with the fact that you didn't help us out. There's 7 other people here, and you did shit to, interject. Well, I mean, Angel, you know what? At least if you'd have done an LOL, that would have been courteous. You know, I would have laughed at that. That would have been fucking hilarious. But I think it was a rude, inconsiderate, it was very explicit that your endeavor was not to assist people, but to be rude and naive, and I don't like what you just did. You know, like I'm sitting here, I'm trying to get DJ Cloud connected to something, and instead, what have you done? But sit here and magnify the fact that everybody else in the background is a piece of shit. You can't hurry up and eat. Hey, it would be nice. I will give you an explicit instruction that would bring you much joy to your life. Fuck us, we're retarded. Enjoy your food. Just enjoy it. I'm enjoying my drink. I just talk shit. I think it's funny. So enjoy your food. You know what? And I'm giving you a compliment here. You're only hearing me shit on you, but you're the only one that commented. So the other 6 people, they are failures at life. They don't even exist. They're either robots or too indistinguishable from ridiculousness that they won't even apply themselves to, here's a job application. Do you want to hang out with cool motherfuckers? No, they don't. They want to listen to cool motherfuckers. They don't want to hang out. But it's very easy. What's going on? How you feeling? I hope you feel well. Bastards. Son of a bitches. I'm going to go ahead and reset this entire thing. I don't know how to do it, but I'm going to figure it out. What if you have an idea? What if your whole life was to figure out how to make a computer? You were given a stick and a stone and no parents, and what you had to do was feed yourself, if you could get through that, because I don't know how that's going to happen. What if you had a gorilla try to feed you? I don't know. Because here's I'm just going to be a little clue into why the exponentially ridiculous to surmise something is strange unless you're following a sense of logic. So if you think you could possibly go from being a fish to living on water, you're a dummy. And if you think that you could live without having parental supervision for a long time, you'd be a dummy. And here's why you're a dummy, because you couldn't provide for yourself before you die. So if you are as dumb as this person who continues to expedite the process of removing dumb shit from occurring, that's hilarious. You know what's great? I did not. I that's the funniest thing, is I did not add that person. It just literally it just said I added that person as a moderator. It makes no sense. Hold on. I just got a little sidetracked here. My point was, if you'd like to, you could hold on, let me just do this one more fucking this son of a shit stain. I think that'll work. Angel Wing, what do you wanna hang? We can still hang on here. I'm trying to turn this into an informational, serendipitous, sequential solitude of amazing insight into how the mind works for not one but all, and idiots and amazing people too. Oh, now somebody's called me. Imagine that. I think it's probably the jackass that is connected to the system that is going to say, "Welcome. Would you like to join the fucking fart army?" I don't know. Anyways. What am I supposed to do? Like that to me, the person that continues to jump on the line, like, what is the problem? It's kind of like if you were like a diseased, like if your parents threw you into the garbage can because you were fucking broken. It's not their fault. It's not your fault. It's God's fault. So why don't you go talk to the people that created you? Don't come here and talk to me about it. I didn't create you. I didn't create this computer system. Get the fuck off my channel, you idiot. You know what I'm saying? Oh shit. Oh, I took it off. I took the channel off. Let's try. Hey, Angel. Hey, DJ Cloud, Angel. DJ Cloud wants to talk to me, but he can't because he can't figure it out. I'm gonna try to do this for both of you, and I'm playing around with you. You know, try it out. I'm gonna give you my page, and then you can talk to me, and then we could watch this movie. Because it'd be really stupid awesome if we could watch this movie. The point of this entire thing here, after 5 hours, was to watch nobody. But you're still watching me. So, ain't that cute? I'm going to schedule a program. And it's going to be until, like, fucking 25 hours into this shit. It's fucking disgusting. Got so many hours I spent on you asshole just talking anything you want to talk. It's like weird. Like, just here's my name and number, but I don't even know. I don't even like you. Like, I mean, are you even good at this stuff? Can you even fuck well? I don't know. Let's find out. Let's see. If you can't, my idea on the world is if you can't look somebody in their eyes and be well and talk well, could you fuck well? I don't know. Oh my god. I'm gonna give you guys a pleasure point. Now a lot of the world is based upon pressure points. You guys got to the really cool part of this show. There's what's called trigger points, pressure points, and pleasure points. Now, most people would know this to be true in a sense that. Hold on, I gotta plug this motherfucker in. What I'm saying is that the inanity and sanity of people is only a disease because people have not been given the conclusion and ultimatum of how to undisease or assist or be helpful or healthy. So here's a way to doing it. So don't just think because you wear a lot of makeup and you're nice that you're a good person. No. You know everybody's been hurt and unfulfilled with things in their life. And there are some people that can assist with that. How about that? Would you like that? Would you like to have a better life than you've had prior? Because as far as I know, my life has been pretty weird. Okay. Delicious, wonderful, strange, rude, obnoxious, cantankerous, all these things. But like, would you like to move on and have a better life? Here's how you do it. Thank you for the LOLs on this shit. What's up, Dave? I just Dave knows me pretty well. You gotta fuck around with the language a little bit. Okay, so here it is. Dave and everybody else. Let me run through the comments real quick. So here it is again. I'm gonna give you, because DJ, the fact that we're connected and I could see you on here, but something was happening with your audio. It might have been my side, might have been your side. Who knows? But I'm gonna start this again, and here's how to do it. And anybody else is willing to that wants to connect, link up. Angel, I always make eye contact with my piercings, dark blue eyes. Was told they feel me looking through their soul. Ah, nice. Carry on, my friend. Hey, Dave. Can we get this shit going on this Dave Mannion? Carry on, my friend. That whole song. Can we do that? Come on, it's so much fun. Shaman Clown's up in here. What are you doing? I'm gonna give you guys the details for the Zoom room, and then we're gonna watch a video or at least hang out together so I'm not the only one fucking faced out here. The rest of you amazing creatures can put your dumb voices at least. I like the sound of people's voices. I don't really care about what you look like, because I can always turn the lights off. I can either close my eyes or shut the lights off. I don't really care. Why does this love snack keep doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Except for it makes complete sense that they do this. Hey, do you guys wanna hang out? Come on. The meeting ID is this. Someone here, write this down. Here's the meeting ID. We're going to hang out in another room. It's gonna get dirty. It's gonna get filthy. We're gonna play some dumpster funk, and we'll play some good music. And also, I'll play some music, and Dave will come on here and show his testicles, because he has really sweet balls. Is that a good thing to say? I'm not sure. Do you guys want the meeting ID? Go to Zoom. Ready? Pay attention. Here's instructions. A, go to Zoom. ZOOM. Download it. Put it on the shit. And then don't ask me again. You can just rewind it. Here's the meeting ID. 874-4513-7683. And as much as I don't like saying this, there is a password. And it's Zen. So, go there. 874-4513-7683. Password Zen. I don't know how you people work anymore. It's like, it's so confusing that it makes people feel isolated, that you guys don't want to come hang out. I mean, is it the robots that are making humans not hang out? Because I wanted to talk to you. I wanted to see you guys. I wanted to have a conversation, and we can't do that. And I want to watch a movie with you guys, and we can't do that. Like, isn't that? It's disastrous. I don't even know if that's a word. Oh, fucking shit. I don't know. Talking to people is just weird these days. I mean, in public it is. Because, like, their inability to even be normal. I don't know what fucking normal is anymore. Normal, I think, you know what it is? It's normalizing moronic ineptitude and silly behavior. That's normal. Normal doesn't mean healthy. Okay, how about this? It's very few and far between I get to meet healthy people. No wonder I'm just sitting here doing these fucking shows, because where's the healthy people? Where's anybody that has anything good to say? I have to work through hours and hours of deep contemplation, and also because it's fucking funny to me. Because there's not really a standard for of hilarity, humanity, or intelligence anymore. Because I could be the most humane, godlike, funny, something, individual that's sitting here, and it wouldn't make sense to anybody, because the only way that anybody would listen is if I was a complete pile of fucking monkey feces. You know what I mean? Because everybody thinks I come from monkeys. So at least that's better than me, because I think I don't think much, which is terrible. Why would I think? Anybody want to come hang out at the Hey, Angel, and repeat it. Jesus, you guys fucking suck. Wait. I can be very kind. Fucking, I'm 6 hours in a video sharing the world's most profound thoughts that nobody else will share, and I can be very kind. I am very kind. People test me to the point where I want to fucking be rude and rip people's balls off and shove them down their fucking throats. Anyways, all right, here's the thing again. Hey, Zoom, because nobody knows how to use it, because it's so difficult. Go to the room. The meeting ID is 874-4513-7683. Dave, thank you. Yeah. So here's the number again, because I'll say it. It's not for me. I could literally just shut the shit off and walk outside and go, fuck a billy goat. I don't care. But I'd rather hang out with you guys. We were trying to watch a movie, but that failed miserably. What is it then? Angel wings, write it in there. The point is, when I say it, hey, you look at this fucking asshole. Why does this shit stain keep coming up in here? See? It's my name, Zen. Wow. What am I supposed to do with these shitbags? The passcode is still Zen, my name. Yeah, cool enough. Alright, well, apparently everything is going against me being alive. How about this? Fucking kill me. Y'all can fucking, be less intelligent because I don't exist here. Jesus Christ. This fucking asshole. I'm being funny. Stop. What's the password? Zen. Z-E-N. And the capacity for the meeting ID is 8745. Here, write these words. Oh Christ. Why is everybody not listening? The meeting ID. Someone type these numbers in. 874-4513-7683. Try it again. Meeting ID 874-4513-7683. Now slow it down. 874 4, 4, 5, 1, 3, 7, 6, 8, 3. That's the meeting ID. I feel like a chick in a bar that wants to give my number away because I think you're cute, and then you don't call me because you don't fucking listen or pay attention. No wonder I'm androgynous. Yes, I've got a giant fallopian tube and floppy vagina wings and a cock that speaks 50 languages. Like, what do you want me to say? I can't understand people anymore. Wait. The meeting ID. Try it out again. What the fuck? Write it down. Here, let's try it again. I don't speak in proper. Jesus Christ. How long do I have to stay on here to talk to you fucks? Okay, right. How about this? Let's figure it out. What password did you write down? Oh. What password did you write down? I didn't misspeak, I promise you. And if I did, then yell at me tomorrow when you're like, "Oh, I listened to that shit you did." The passcode is fucking working. Capital Z, and then E, and then N. What the fuck is wrong with that? That should be simple. Do I have to say capital Z first? Oh. It's not your... if that's the case, it's not your fault. Oh, Christ. Hey, Angel Wings, where are you? Are you coming to hang out? Or no? DJ Cloud, what's up? Yeah. Holy shit. What the fuck? The cloud bring up in the room. Connecting to audio and cannot hear you yet? Ah, we'll see. We'll see. We will find out. Can you hear me? Boom, bitch. Aw, shit. All up in the Capitol building. Massive. Roll through, come correct. Big ding-a-linga. What are you doing? I don't know. How is it? How is your shit so fucked up? There was like 20 people in here, and you can't even connect. That's terrible. Damn, you need somebody to deal with your technological issues. Wait. I heard something in the background. It sounded like a chirping tiny little squirrel. No, I'm for real. Could have been downstairs. I can't really tell. I can't really tell anything I'm doing anymore. I have no business in this life. I don't know why I'm here. I'm just like a side scope. It's kind of like if you're looking this way, but you can see that way. I don't really know what's going on anymore. It's just for fun. So, are you on this other thing or not? Well, so be it. Well, I don't know what to do. Like, I mean, I'm happy to chill out and hang with you guys on either one of these things. I just thought we were going to go watch a movie, and this reminds me of every time that I went... well, actually, it doesn't. I'm just making a story up right now. Because every time I asked a chick to go to a movie with me, she was like, "Oh my God, I'll totally suck your dick at the movie." But I could see how if someone's like, yo, you want to go to a movie? And they'd be like, oh, kind of movie. And then get a free movie ticket and shit. I don't pay for people's movie tickets. Let's see. It is I is here. I don't know. I don't know how shit works anymore. It's fabulously ridiculous at this point. I don't know. It's like it's a very straightforward concept that we're on here and then we're on here, and I don't know. What's up? It is I. How you doing? Well, I mean, I don't know. You're from the northern region of cold people that. Ah woo! I don't know. Well, apparently this shit ain't gonna happen, so fuck it, whatever. So I'm gonna ass out of here because well, long chat. I'll probably get out here in a minute or two. I'm just gonna restart this and maybe some new folk will come through or whatever. But for some reason this doesn't work on either respect. We can't watch this movie. It was all about movie time. I wanted to have a cuddly movie time with DJ, and it's just not working. So I'm gonna cancel this bullshit and cancel everything else because what the fuck matters anymore? You know, people don't believe in eating their own shit anymore, and I believe that eating your own shit is the greatest thing you do. And I don't know. It's funny, like, if I had sweet titties, people would pay me for having sweet titties. But if I gave them a mushroom that would let them see God, they would never do they would never eat the mushroom. They would just go and find some crack-headed bitch and eat titties. I don't know what to say, but I'm ass out of here because there's like this taking too much effort to. And I already threw my shit on there and no one's showing up. So we were on Zoom, but it didn't show up. So I'm ass out of here. 6 hours in. It is a motherfucking pleasure. You goddamn gutter snipes and freak shows and fucks and retards and lovelies and all that shit. But I'll tell you, I'll be acting a fool and yakamanis and all that weird shit people say. Who cares anymore? You can use any language you want. You can look any way you want. You can do anything you want. I don't give a shit. I'm just playing around. Come back through if you want. I'm just gonna start the show over again because 6 hours. 6 hours. I'm fucking fabulous, and I've been drinking this whole time, and we're gonna do it again. So if you guys want to come back through, I love all you. Has nothing to do with anyone here. I'm just like wild out why we can't coordinate on the very simple organizational channel called Zoom. Like you zoom in and no one's zooming in. You all zooming in at me, but I can't even see who the fuck you are. That's a little strange. But hey, stay well. I can't see out what you're saying, but you can tell I'm wide-eyed. I'm a bushy-tailed testicle provider for you butthole suckers, and not you guys, just anybody else. Point is, 6 hours. Can you imagine anybody doing this? And I'm gonna continue. I'm gonna go refill my glass. So if you guys want to come back, and if we want to try this out again, I just want to watch a movie. And it failed. Spent 6 hours to try to watch a movie with my dude. I'm ass out of here. I'll talk to you soon. Toodles. Be weird. And remember these most important things in your life, which I will never forget. That you over there are the most important person in the world. Take care of yourself. Don't let anybody be rude to you. Your experience is the most important. And when you can, help others out. And if you'd like to, do the Cash App, PayPal, blah, blah, blah. But fucking take care of yourself. Stay well. And I'll talk to y'all soon. Be weird and be incongruent with the national capacity to hate on people that love each other. And I love all you. So stay loving and be, I don't know how the fuck you gotta be. Just do that. Bye.